qualification. In lane 2 is Fraser Angus of Ayr and Seaford AC. Lane 3 is Davy Jenkins of Scunthorpe and District AC. Lane 4 is Tyrell Williamson of Birchfield Harriers. Lane 5 is TD Princewell of Harrow AC. Lane 6 is Jonah Efalarco of Sale Harriers, the UK number 1 with a lifetime best of 7.10 seconds. Lane 7, Ellis Lewis of Carmarthen Harriers. And in lane 8, Kamuli Alomjoyo of Harrow AC with a personal best of 7.68. So Tyrell Williams, he's second fastest on paper with 7.45, and Fraser Angus on the very inside in lane 2, he also has a personal best of 7.48. But as we pointed out, Jonah Efalarco, UK number 1, 7.10. He just saw what Callum Wells would have done in Heat 3. Clearly here to take gold. Let's see what the Sale Harriers Manchester athlete has to say about that in Heat 4. Away cleanly, and Efalarco, as we pointed out, very impressive start. Already looking across to his inside, and he's already looking across to Williamson and Jenkins on his near side. Very impressive sprinting there from the Sale Harriers, stopping the clock unofficially at 7.35. Williamson, it was the Birchfield Harrier who came through for the second automatic qualifying place, and I think it was Jenkins who came through for that third automatic qualifying space. On the long jump, we have Gemma Wood of Guildford and Golneyman AC in the 6th round, so a final jump of the competition. Slightly down on the board there, gets the white flag, but I can see from her face she doesn't look too happy, so it doesn't look as though that's going to make any improvement on her competition this far. But just to remind you, those who didn't get the earlier notice, Simi Fajazeman has jumped out to a massive 6 metres and 13, the second furthest jump ever by an under-17 woman. The leading jump is held by Margaret Cheetham of Liverpool Harriers way back from 1985, but Fajazeman has incredible performance there, 6 metres and 13. Naomi Greener, she stacks up now for her 6th and final attempt. Just waiting for the official to remove the cone. So Greener on the runway, again with that distinctive high arm action, powers into the board, and unfortunately way over, so she gets the red flag. So unfortunately she won't improve on her previous 5 attempts and closes out her competition. You can just see in the backdrop there, we also have now the under 20 women's pole vault. Their pole vault competitors, they're out, so they'll be preparing for their event, which is due off. Just looking to confirm the time, just bear with me. They due to start at 12:15, so quite a while off yet, but all the girls going through their strides in preparation for that competition. So the main bit of action here we have is just the closing stages of this under 17 ladies long jump competition. Next up we have Elizabeth Morland of Ireland. More colour composing, rocking back and forth, going through those little motions, psyching herself up, getting in that rhythm. Very slight on the runway, but builds up the power as we approach the board. Very good on the board. And that culminates her competition here for the Irish athlete. good to see Irish athletes travelling over can compete at this competition, taking on the UK's best talent, and hopefully she would have justified the trip over today. We'll just look to see what her final leap is. So Elizabeth Morland closes her competition. Just wait to see. She's getting a round of applause from the audience. Just waiting for that scoreboard. That's 5.77. And we understand in every jump, so from round 1 to round 6, the Irish athlete has improved, and so ends her competition with a very fine 5.77 meters. So that was Annabelle Pask of Coventry Godiva, just shooting past through there with her 6th and final attempt. So we divert our attention back to the track, and it's going to be the under 17 women's 60-metre heats. There are 6 heats in total. It will be the first 3 in each heat and the 6 fastest losers to progress through. I'll just quickly give you the lineup for this opening heat. Just surnames will go with Crab McKenzie, Scott, Burns, Shagupaman, Gumpert Willis, Finsley, Mudabi and Obijaku. The first 3 away cleanly, certainly, and Shabukanin in the inside got a very good start, but Scott on the outside coming through, so it's Scott who's going to take it from Shabukanin. So Molly Scott, the Irish athlete, quickest on paper with a personal best of 7.79 meters. She came through to take that opening heat, and it was Madupu Shagupanin of Havering Maysbrook AC who came through the second automatic qualification. We'll just have to wait and see for the third and final position for automatic qualifiers.
We now have the presentation of the under 15 boys pole vault presentation to be made by Eddie Spain, herself a national junior champion indoors, and in third place with 3 meters from Stevenage and North Hearts, Michael Stocker.
So we're just focusing on the presentation for the under 15 boys pole vaulting, and the bronze medal goes to Michael Stocker.
And we have a tie for the champion, both setting personal best at 3 meters 10, Kurt Cameron of Bristol and West and Conor Dearden of Horsham Blue Star.
And it's a tie for the gold medal between Conor Dearden and Kurt Cameron. Both going to be sharing that gold medal. Couldn't be separated on countback with a winning clearance, both at 3 meters and 10.
Megan Grant, 169, Yvette Westwood. was under 15 100-metre champion, both in 2011 and in 12. 6:57 mile.
So heat 7 of the under-17 men's 60-metre heats. In lane 1 is Andrew Morgan Harrison of the Kingston upon Hull. Lane 2 is Ben Todd of Chesterley Street and District AC. Lane 3 is Abbas Hemo of Newham and Essex Beagles AC. Lane 4, Lee Westerly of Marshall Milton Keynes AC. Lane 5, Ed Barber of Amber Valley AC. Lane 6 is Rakimi Miller, the Hercules Wimbledon AC athlete, the Southern champion, and currently ranked second on the UK rankings with a personal best of 6.95. Lane 7, Daniel Dukes of Chesterley Street and District AC. And in lane 8, Jack Dearden of the City of Norwich. You see Miller currently sat on his blocks awaiting the start of this heat 7. So just a slight delay there with the men's 60 metres, but we're back now with heat 7. Just to remind you, it's Morgan Harrison, Todd, Hemo, Wesley, Barber, Miller, Dukes and Dearden. The first 2 athletes for automatic qualification, and they'll be joined by the 8 fastest losers through to the semi-finals later today at 3:25. And just to remind you, Rakimi Miller, Hercules and Wimbledon, coached by Mark Giroud. He is currently ranked second in the UK with a personal best of 6.95. He's in the yellow vest in lane 6. Certainly look out for him. And as we pointed out, Miller, who has his lycras on, not taken off his lycras yet, and he's powering through clear upright stance, and he's very impressive there, taking victory. It looks as though Hemo came through for the second automatic qualifying place, the Newman and Essex Eagles Harrier, and clock stops unofficially at 7.11. So as expected, UK number 2, Rakimi Miller, has progressed through to the semi-final stage, and at the moment, unconfirmed, it looks as though he'll be joined by Abbas Hemo of Newham and Essex Beagles AC. Next up in the long jump is Josenia Olarakin of Hales Owen, current UK leader in 2014 with a personal best of 5 metres 35. So she jumped just previously and she leapt out to 5.13 for Josie Alanarniki. And this is Lauren Evans. Next on the runway in the long jump is Alice Lineker of the City of York AC. Stops unconfirmed, 7.01. So the Southern athlete successfully books his place through to the semi-finals, and unconfirmed at the moment, but he looks set to be joined by local athlete Josh Adams of the City of Sheffield AC Club. So we do have chance for a little breather just while the pole vault and long jump competitions are going on. And it's just to say, apologies, we have had a few issues with the streaming in terms of lots of gremlins in and about, but we do all appear to be sorted now. So you should be able to access the fully split screen functionality. We have one camera which is exclusively focusing on the field coverage, and one, when the track is underway, that will focus on the track action. So feel free, those of you who are online and access the social media site Twitter, please get in touch. You can either contact us directly at Atleticos_live, or using the hashtag provided by England Athletics for this weekend, EA Champs. Please feel free to add any comments about the stream, send in any goodwill messages or any information that we may be missing out on that you feel is worthy of pointing out. Next up in the long jump is Charlotte Jones, who had an opening round effort of 5 metres and 13. So we're still sticking with the 60 metres now, and we'll move up into the under 20 women's age group. Just to confirm, we have 6 heats, and it's the first 3 and the 6 fastest losers that will progress through to the semi-finals later on today, which have been scheduled for 3:40 p.m. In lane 1 of this opening heat, we have Paige Massey of the City of Sheffield Club. In lane 2 is Amma Pippi of Enfield and Haringey, currently ranked 5th on the UK rankings with a personal best of 7.56. Lane 3 is Marissa John of Thames Valley Harriers with a personal best of 8.20. Lane 4 is Cleo Stevenson of the City of Norwich. Lane 5, Kelly Constable of Gloucester AC. Lane 6, Eugene Brown of Harrow AC. Lane 7, Lucy Gillis of Cambridge and Coleridge. And in lane 8, Lauren Frid of Barnsley Athletic Club. So the first 3 to cross the line and the 6 fastest losers. So it's Massey, Pippi, John, Stevenson, Constable, Brown, Gillies and Frid. Certainly Amma Pippi, a medalist in national event sprint competitions before. We'd expect her to figure the Enfield and Haringey athlete in lane 2. They're away cleanly, and as we pointed out, Pippi got a very good start, but Stevenson are outside. It's Pippi and Stevenson coming through. Very tight for the third automatic qualifying position, but no doubt about the top 2. It was Pippi and Stevenson. The clock stops unofficially at 7.72 seconds. We have Mercy Gutteridge of Havering and Maesbrook on the runway in the pole vault at 3 metres and 10, her third and final attempt, and unfortunately that ends her competition. And Lauren Evans improves to 4.74 in the long jump. we have Amber Try on the pole, 3 meters and 60. And unfortunately, that will be a failure on her first attempt. Despite not making an attempt to actually clear it, she did enter a pole into the box and stepped onto the mat, so that will be classified as an attempt for Amber Try. So as we move now to Heat 2 of the ladies 60 metres, in Lane 1 we have Taylor Benson of West Norfolk. Lane 2 is Paige Fairclough of Stevenage and North Hearts AC. Lane 3 is Connie Mottram of Thames Valley Harriers. Lane 4 is Tamara Miller of the Birmingham Roeheath and Triathlon Club, currently ranked number 9 on UK rankings for 2014. Lane 5 is Grace Adam of Thames Valley. Lane 6 is Vivian Olachuju of Blackheath and Bromley AC. Lane 7 is Georgie Lily Perris Redding of Crewe and Nantwich. And in Lane 8 is Gabby Burton. So certainly Olachuju ranked 5th with a personal best of 7.56 in Lane 6 in the all black of Blackheath and Bromley. Another athlete out of the incredible John Blackie stable. We've still got Shannon Hilton and Dina Asher Smith training partners yet to come. But certainly Olatunji is expected to figure highly in this second heat for the women's under 20 women's 60 metre heats. And a very good start from Olatunji, and she's certainly moving away, but also being flanked by Miller. Olatunji and Miller it is, who come through for the automatic 2 qualifying positions. The clock stops unconfirmed at 7.69. So a very swift start to the day's proceedings for the Blackheath and Bromley athlete, booking her successful qualification through to the semi-final stage. And it looked as though Tamara Miller, the Midlands athlete from the Brat AC Athletics Club, has booked her second place. We'll have to wait for the photo finish for the third place. We'll have a look on a replay if we can see if we can tidy up that third automatic qualifying place for you. So if you're just looking back on the screen there, certainly Olatunji, very strong, powerful. Miller in the bandana in second, and on the very inside it looks as though from Fairclough, from the Molsh, sorry, it looks as though Hall. It looks as though Fairclough it was who came through for that third and automatic qualifying position. So on the pole vault runway we have Amber Try taking her second field AC. Lane 4 is Danny Walker, who was 6th in the competition last year. She was from Birchfield Harriers. Lane 5 is Stephanie Addison of Gateshead Harriers. Lane 6, Shannon Hilton, currently sits 4th on the UK rankings, but was last year's indoor under-17 60-metre champion. Lane 7 is Louisa Cooper of Charnwood AC, and in lane 8 is Alice Howe of Dorchester AC. So as just mentioned there, Walker and Hilton. Walker was 6th in last year's under-20 competition, and Hilton the under-17 champion from last year. We'd certainly expect those to figure. Hilton has a lifetime best of 7.50 and a personal best of 7.5. Sorry, a lifetime best of 7.50 and a season's best of 7.51. Walker has set personal best of 7.64 this season. And they're away cleanly. Walker got a very good start, but the tall Hilton, Blackheath Harrier, another John Blackie athlete, she's going to come through and comfortably take this heat. Stops the clock unofficially at 7.49, so potentially new lifetime best for her. And it was Danny Walker of the Birchfield Harrier who came through for the second automatic qualifying position. We'll have a look at the replay to see if we can tidy up the third automatic qualification position. But no doubt about the winner, Shannon Hilton. Very tall, upright, slender physique, smooth and powerful, moving away from the opposition all the way through the race. It was a Birchfield Harrier, Danny Walker, who came through for the second. And if we look on the very inside, it looked as though it was Hall who came through for that third automatic qualification position. On the pole vault one way with the bar still at 3 meters and 10, we have Vicky Price of Chesterfield and District, coached by John Barker. This will be the third and final attempt to stay in today's competition. So Price sets herself, slight rock back, very strong and aggressive into the board, plants the pole cleanly. Oh, and it just stays on. She certainly gave the bar a wobble, but it stays there. So Vicky Price remains in the competition, having successfully now cleared 3 meters and 10. So continuing with this pole vault, it's Amber Try. We've seen her first and second attempts at 3 meters and 10, where unfortunately she's not made an attempt to clear this height. So this is last chance saloon, as they say, if she wants to play any further part in this competition. She does have a lifetime best of 3 meters and 60, so you'd think 3 meters and 10 would certainly be well within her grasp. But maybe having a few issues with a run up and approach, or maybe just not quite feeling it today in these previous 2 attempts. But she's going to have a go now.
She hit the bar very hard. It did in fact come off the pegs, so that wasn't perfect.
Currently ranked 9th in the UK, so certainly not a medal, not a guaranteed medal shout, but potentially could have been in the hunt with a lifetime best of 360. She goes it slightly different on the pole plant this time, but unfortunately she did actually make it onto the mat this time with an attempted clearance, but for Amber Try, her competition is over. We'll divert quickly now then to the women's 60 metre heats. It'll be heat 4 now. In lane 2 we have Rachel Bell of Cleethorpes and District. Lane 3 is Alicia Marriott of Marshall Milton Keynes AC. Lane 4 is Amelia Benjamin, who was the Midland champion, 4th in last year's UK School Games over 100 metres, representing Birchfield Harriers. Lane 5 is Zoe Styles of Worcester AC. Lane 6 is Daryl Neater of Shaftesbury Barnet, currently ranked 3rd on the UK rankings with a lifetime best of 7.38. Lane 7 it's Ali Staley of Dash AC, and in lane 8 is Emily Dutton of the City of York. It's the first 3 athletes who will automatically qualify for the semi-finals, and they'll be joined by the 6 fastest losers. And just can confirm that unfortunately UK number 3 Daryl Neater does not start, so that's disappointment for her, but also leaves a good opportunity for other athletes in this heat. She was the clear favourite with that impressive lifetime best of 7.38, so there's another automatic spot up for grabs here. So the lineup is as follows: we have Bell, Marriott, Benjamin, Styles, Staley and Dutton. And away cleanly for the first time. Styles certainly got a very good start, but Benjamin, the tall, powerful figure from Birchfield Harriers, coming through to take it. It's going to be awfully close for the remaining automatics places, but no doubt about the winner. It was Benjamin, the Midland champion, stopping the clock unconfirmed at 7.82 seconds. So very good sprinting there from Amelia. We'll have a look at the replay to see if we can tighten up those 2 other automatic qualifying positions who will look to join the Birchfield Harrier through to the semi-final stage. It was certainly Styles who got a very good start, but on the very outside, Dutton as well. It's very tight from this angle. Styles and Dutton maybe, but we certainly can't rule out Bell on the very inside for one of those places. Thankfully, we don't have to make the decision, and we'll leave that one to the officials. So just to remind you folks, we are active and live on Twitter, so if you want to use the hashtag of EAChamps to provide any feedback, comments, good luck wishes, any athletes who are competing want to tell us about their performance, please feel free to let us know, and we will look to give you a little shout out on the live stream. We just see Jenny Robbins there go clear at 3 meters and 20 in the pole vault. So heat 5 of the under 20 women's 60 metre heats. In lane 2 we have Laura Clark of Decorum and Tring. In lane 3 is Rue Ann Paisley of Thames Valley Harriers. Lane 4, Taylor Braid, also of Thames Valley Harriers. In lane 5 is Abby Chowdhury of Swindon Harriers. In lane 6 is the defending champion, who last year set a championship best performance of 7.36, Dina Asher-Smith of Blackheath and Harriers and Bromley. Currently tops the UK rankings with a personal best of 7.22. Lane 7 is Corel Mabone of Newham and Essex Beagles AC, and in lane 8 is Sean Lloyd McClear. So lane 7 there, Karel Mabone not quite happy with the block setup, so rightfully taking the time to regain her composure and ask for the slight delay in the start. So we'll try again here with the under 20 women's 60 metres heat 5. Just to remind you of the lineup, it's Clark, Paisley, Braid, Chowdhury, Asher Smith, Mabone, Lloyd McClear. First 3 finishers across the line will gain automatic qualification through to the semi-final. And as we expected, Asher Smith easily, comfortably out, very powerful and cruising across the line. It looks as though Braid there coming through for the also automatic qualifying position. 7.33 stops the clock unofficially, and that was the most comfortable 7.33 I've probably seen in a very long time. Dina Asher-Smith, clear and superb form, taking it easy in this heat, but successfully booking her progression through to the semi-final. We'll have a look at the replay to see if we can tidy up anything further. I'm pretty sure it was Taylor Braid of the Thames Valley Harriers who came through for the second automatic position, where effectively Dina Asher-Smith got up to the upright pick-up position and then cruise control all the way through to the line. And on the very inside, it looked as though it was Laura Clark of Decorum and Tring who takes that third automatic qualification position. And it's just been confirmed. Dina Asher-Smith rewrites the record books again. Already in the opening round, a new championship record, 7:31. So just one more heat left now for the 60 metres for the under 20 women's age group, and clearly we've already seen the lady to beat us, Dina Asher-Smith, with that championship record in heat 5. But in heat 6, in lane 2, we have Christy Edwards, the Northern champion, last year's UK Schools 100 metre champion and silver medalist at the English Schools and National championships over the 100-metre distance. In lane 3 is Venus Benjamin McLean of Thames Valley Harriers. Lane 4, Charlotte Jones of Birchfield Harriers. She was also a finalist in last year's English Schools 100-metre championships. Lane 5, Laura Johnson of the City of Norwich. Lane 6 is Finette Agapong of Newham and Essex Beagles. Lane 7, Catherine Smith of Tamworth AC. And in lane 8, Grace Ogwell of Thames Valley. So Edwards, City of Sheffield AC athlete, no doubt probably trains here as well. Edwards got left behind certainly, and Agapong out on the very inside, but also on the inside Johnson as well coming through. Very tight on the line between the three athletes. It's going to be difficult maybe to split them all, but Jones, Agapong and Edwards very close on the line there. Very hard to call a winner. Unconfirmed, the winning time is 7.73, but we'll have a look at the replay to see what we can figure out there. But certainly Edwards got left behind at the start there. It was Charlotte Jones of Birchfield Harrier, and on here outside Agapong of Newham and Essex Beagles, the tall figure looking very strong, but it was almost a blanket finish across the line. Undoubtedly there are the 3 automatic qualifiers. Now the rest of the opposition will have to wait for the 6 remaining fastest losers positions. Just a message that we've seen coming in online from support from the Crawley AC Club. The tweet reads that athlete Abby Linton just misses out on a semi-final place in the under-15 girls 60 metres by 1/100th of a second at the National Indoor Championship. So very good for Abby. Frustrating, but certainly a very impressive performance from her. Also a message received in from an athlete, Yasmin Ryder. She's tweeted, "On my way to Sheffield, this is it, so excited." So all the best, Yasmin, for your competition today. We have Jade Brewster, who's going to take her first attempt at 3:40 in the pole vault. So Brewster using her allotted time, taking a little bit of composure. Currently ranked 5th in the UK with a personal best of 3 metres and 65. The Horsham and Blue Star Harrier, coached by Alan Wells. Currently sorting out a grip on the pole, adjusting things accordingly, setting herself right. Lifts up the pole, is about to attack the runway. Cautious approach, but then a huge pickup in power and speed as she comes into the box, and a very good impressive performance clearance there. Jade Brewster comfortably sails over 3 metres and 40. So the last round of 60-metre heats will be the under 20 men. I'll quickly run through the lineup. In lane 1 is Julian Ernst of Manchester Harriers and AC. Lane 2, Ronnie Wells of Taunton AC. Lane 3, Craig Brooks of West Norfolk AC. Lane 4, Jay Razaza of Derby AC. Lane 5, Scott Garraway of Reading AC. Lane 6, Jake Dawkins of Newport Harriers. Lane 7, Kim Sabotti of Stevenage and North Harton. And Lane 8, Ryan Walker of Milton Keynes. Certainly lane 2, Ronnie Wells got a very impressive start. He's immediately out. It looks like Razada's coming away, but certainly Wells and Razada coming through. It's the first 2 automatic qualifiers, so it's quite clear there that Wells and Razada were the 2 automatic qualifying positions there. The clock stock's unconfirmed at 6.92. Very impressive sprinting there. We'll just have a quiet look back at the replay just to confirm that. But Ronnie Wells, previous English schools national champion, slightly injured last year, but he's back in form in 2014 and he was looking very good there. And Jay Razaza of Derby AC coming through for the 2nd automatic qualifying position. Did get slightly caught off guard with the start of those under 20 men's 60-metre heats. So just to clarify, there are 8 heats in total. It were the first 2 automatic qualifiers from each heat, and they'll be joined by the 8 fastest losers to progress through to today's semi-finals, which are scheduled for 3:50 p.m. So the lineup for Heat 2 of these under 20 men. In lane 1 we have Christian Manicoli of Glasgow School of Sport. Lane 2 is Caelan Stewart of Thames Valley Harriers. Lane 3 is Ben Priestley of Tynebridge Harriers. Lane 4 is Rakeem Patterson of Windsor Slough Eaton and Hounslow, currently ranked 9th on the UK rankings with 6.87. In lane 5 is Leslie Parks of Havant AC. In lane 6 is Marvin Poopler of Herne Hill Harriers. He's currently ranked 7th in the UK with a lifetime best of 6.84. In lane 7 is Andrew Pride of City of Salisbury AC. And in lane 8 is Robert Laurier of Gateshead Harriers. So with 2 athletes ranked in the current UK top 10, Patterson and Poopler, we would expect those potentially to be the favourites for these automatic qualifying positions. So McIndola, Stewart, Priestley, Patterson, Parks, Poopler, Pride and Laurier. Oh... And unfortunately, potential full start there. Maybe Leslie Parks, the Havant AC athlete in question. Whilst in the set position, his momentum took him forward. You could tell by his reaction on his face that he knew immediately he could potentially be in trouble. We'll look to see what the starters have to say about that. And it's a green start, so a green card, so just a warning. You can see there Leslie Parks lets out a huge sigh of relief that his competition will continue for the time being. So it's always a test of nerves and temperament, these sprint races. All athletes know they're under a warning now. Time to regain focus and focus on the task in hand, which for most the objective will be to finish in the first 2 positions to gain automatic qualification, but also knowing that there's 8 fastest loser spots at stake. So it's Mockendilly, Stewart, Priestley, Patterson, Parks, Pupil, Pride and Largy. A very good start from Patterson in the very middle, but also on his outside Pupil. Patterson and Pupil coming through to the line, very close on the line, but no doubt those two have automatically booked their place through to the semi-finals. The clock stops unofficially at 6.93. Patterson immediately racing down to have a quick stop check of the clock, but all he needs to know is he's booked his way through to the semi-finals, which he'll be joined by Marvin Pupil of Hernell Harriers. We'll have another look at the replay. But certainly Patterson in the very middle in his Middlesex Schools vest, out very strongly, but the tall Pupil on his very outside also running firmly through to the line, both of them attacking the race. Very difficult to split them, but with 2 automatic qualifiers, it's no doubt that they'll progress through to the semi-finals. So now we'll move on to Heat 3 for these under 20 men in the 60 metres event. In lane 1 we have James Curran of West Suffolk AC. In lane 2 is Elliot Hurley of Leeds City AC, Northern champion over this distance, also a very good long jumper as well, so we'll expect to see him in long jump competition this year. He's previously medalled at the English schools over that distance, currently ranked 11th on the UK rankings with 689. In lane 3 is Kamal Mitchell of Thames Valley Harriers. Lane 4, Jordan Thomas of Thames Valley Harriers also. Lane 5, Roy Ejijaku of Sale Harriers Manchester, last year's English schools champion and a representative for Great Britain at the European Junior Championships. Lane 6, Oliver Sawyers of the City of Stoke AC. Lane 7, Daniel Walsh of Longwood Harriers AC. And Lane 8, Kane Wright of Knee Valley Harriers. So certainly Ejijaku and Hurley would be the strong favourites in this heat. They're away and cleaning the first time of asking. Hurley certainly in lane 2 got a very good start, but he's been matched by Ejijaku. But it looks like Hurley in the lead City Athlete, he's going to take it just from Roy Ejijaku of the Sale Harriers. So Northern Athletes taking 1-2 in that heat there. The clock stops unconfirmed at 6.94. So as predicted, it was Hurley and Ejijaku who are going to progress through to the semi-finals there. We'll have a look at the replay just to confirm. But lead City Athlete Hurley in lane 2, a very good start, very powerful in a way. Ejijaku looks as though he's not running all flat out, so he's done enough to qualify, and both athletes will go through for the semi-finals later on. Oh. Certainly lane 2, Ronnie Wells got a very impressive start. He's in the mid. So heat 4 now for the under 20 men 60 metres. Your lineup is as follows. In lane 1 we have George Goddard of the Glasgow School of Sport. Lane 2 is Theodore Reeve of Wolverhampton and Bilston AC. Lane 3 is Jack Kirk of Longwood Harriers AC. Lane 4 is Tommy Ramadan of Bexley AC. Lane 5, Luke Townsend of Rugby and Northampton. Lane 6, the favourite would be Ruben Arthur, last year's under-17 indoor 60-metre champion, currently ranked 6th on the UK on all rankings for this year for under-20s. He represents Enfield and Haringey. Lane 7 is Richard Shingleton of Braintree and District, and in Lane 8 is Stefan Anderson of Birchfield Harriers. So Ruben Arthur, who went on to represent Great Britain at last year's World Youth Championships, and it looks as though we potentially got a full start there. It's obviously difficult to say conclusively here, but certainly from the very middle championship, potentially lane 4 there. Tommy Ramadan, the Bexley AC athlete, has a lifetime best of 6.95, so would have been one of the athletes expected to potentially take that second automatic qualifying position. Clearly very keen to get out and get a good start. Edwards got left behind, certainly, and Agapong out on the very inside, but also on the inside, Johnson as well coming through very tight on the line between the three officials, and taps his blocks, maybe indicating something, but we'll wait to see what the officials have to say. One of them is going to have a word with the starter. Clearly Ramadan's explained something, and unfortunately it looks as though Ramadan suffers the fate of a red card. His competition is over, which is a big disappointment for him, because as I pointed out, second fastest on paper in this heat, so we would have expected potentially him and Ruben Arthur to take the 2 automatic qualifying positions. But unfortunately Tommy Ramadan's competition is now over. He's having a discussion with the officials, clearly feels as though he's got something to say about it. But unfortunately his protest is in duress, and he now exits the competition and walks off to the side of the track. So just to remind you of the lower lineup, it's Goddard, Reeve, Kirk, Townsend, Arthur, Singleton and Anderson. first 2 athletes will progress through to the semi-final, and they'll be joined by the 8 fastest losers from all of the 8 heats. So Ruben Arthur, look out for him. White vest, lane 6, small athlete, but certainly very powerful. And then unfortunately looks as though we got another full start. And that looked potentially to be lane 8, Stefan Andersen. We all saw Tommy Ramadan unfortunately fall foul of that. And it looks as though potentially Stefan Andersen could be joining him on the sidelines and spectating in this heat. I'm not sure. Andersen doesn't even seem to be waiting for it to be officially told. He was already walking off. Small athlete, but it's now been confirmed, and unfortunately the Birchfield Harrier will not play any further part in this competition. So we're now down to 6 athletes, which are Goddard, Reeve, Kirk, Townsend, Arthur and Singleton. So first 3 athletes will receive automatic qualification through to the semi-finals. Theodore Reeve currently now is the 2nd fastest athlete on paper with a personal best of 7.
And away cleanly for the first time. Styles certainly got a very...
No doubt about the firm favourite though, Ruben Arthur in lane 6. And we're away clean, 3rd time of asking, and Ruben Arthur with a very impressive start, and Reeve on his very inside as well. Also maybe Reeve runs him very close actually. Arthur certainly got out very well, but Reeve closed over the second half of the race. The clock stops unofficially at 6.99. So Ruben Arthur it is, and Theodore Reed of Wolverhampton and Bilson who booked their place through to the semi-finals. We'll have another look at that, because obviously what we also need to bear in mind is a lot of athletes mentally didn't want to play anything to chance, so all maybe a little sluggish in the box, but Arthur got a fantastic start. Reeve, the more taller figure on his outside, far outside, came through. So it's the Enfield and Harrogate and Wolfen and Bilson athletes who will progress through to the semi-finals. Walker has set personal best of 7.64 this season. And they're away cleanly. Walker got a very... And away cleanly for the first time. Styles certainly got a very good start, but Benjamin, the tall, powerful figure from Birchfield, pointed out, Pippi got a very good start, but Steve... And a very good start from... And as we pointed out, Miller, who has his Lycras...
Heat 5, we have 5.61, Zachary Haddon. 5.39, Joseph Dewar, fastest in the field at 6.77.
So we now move on to Heat 5. We have in lane 1 Zachary Haddon of Gateshead Harriers, Lane 2 is Joseph Dewar of Woodford Green and Essex Ladies, currently ranked 4th on the UK rankings with a personal best of 6.77. Lane 3, Aidan Leach of Bingley Harriers and AC. Lane 4, Caleb Downs, this year's Midland champion, second in this competition as an under-17 last year, behind Reuben Arthur. He represents Rugby and Northampton. Lane 5 is Matthew Bailey of West Norfolk. Lane 6 is Edwin Mills of Croydon. Lane 7, Tolu Ogande of Thames Valley Harriers. And Lane 8, Nathaniel Murray of Shaftesbury Barnet. The first 2 athletes will secure automatic qualification. And again, just before we started, it looked as though potentially there was a full start there, and the starters official does sound the gun again to call the athletes back. So certainly very tense and nervy out there. Just the first 2 automatic qualifiers doesn't leave room for any potential error. So we'll have to wait and see if any athletes will be exiting the competition, or it will be deemed a warning or a faulty start. It certainly didn't look clear from here, any athletes, but I've just heard please disqualify. And unfortunately it is Lane 7, which is Tolu Ogande of the Thames Valley Harriers. Unfortunately, he's been deemed guilty of a full start and he exits the competition. So we're now down to 7 athletes. So we have Haddon, Dewar, Leach, Downs, Bailey, Miles and Murray. Certainly lane 8, 6 Miles got left in the blocks, but Dewar is powering away from this and Downs is coming along with him. Dewar and Downs it is. They'll confirm the automatic qualifying positions. The clock stops unconfirmed at 6.93. Very straight, clear cut there. Dewar, as you said, ranked 4th on the UK rankings, bringing through with him Caleb Downs. We'll have a look at the replay there. Both athletes strong, tall and powerful, but certainly lane 2, Dewar got out fantastically well. Caleb Downs bringing along with him, but he couldn't live with Dewar over the remainder of the race. Comfortable victory there for Dewar, and Downs also booking us for a progression through to the semi-finals. Just to confirm, it's Holly Mills who takes the under 15 girls long jump title. Pole vault bar is up to 3 meters and 60. So heat 6 of the under 20 men. In lane 1 is Chris O'Hare of Windsor, Slowington and Hounslow. In lane 2 is Annax de Silva of Cardiff AC. Lane 3 is Stephen Lambourne of Doncaster AC. Lane 4 is Alex Daly of Bristol and West. Lane 5 is Theo Etienne of Hercules Harriers and Wimbledon. He was 3rd in last year's under 17 competition. Lane 6 is Kishore Shadidin of the City of Sheffield AC. Lane 7, Joshua Billington of the City of Stoke AC. And in lane 8, Leroy Kane of Thames Valley Harriers. So Etienne is the fastest athlete on paper with a lifetime best of 6.76. Annax de Silva in lane 2, he's also gone under 7 seconds with a personal best of 6.96, but certainly look out for lane 5, Theo Etienne. And it is Etienne who gets out well, the small diminutive figure in that bright yellow vest. He's powering away from the rest of the opposition, no doubt about the winner there. Etienne comes through for victory, and it looks as though it was Kane, Leroy Kane of Thames Valley Harriers on his very outside, who looks to potentially have joined him with that second automatic qualifying position. Very impressive sprinting there from Etienne. We'll have another look at the replay. So as we'd say, probably dwarfs many of his competitors given his size, but certainly a very powerful athlete, out very aggressively and running hard all the way through to the line. And it was Leo Kane, the Thames Valley Harrier athlete, who came through for that automatic qualifying position in second. Certainly lane 8, 6 miles got left in the blocks, but Duar is powering away from this, and Downs is coming along with him. Duar and Downs it is. They'll confirm the automatic qualifying. So just 2 more heats left in these under 20 men 60 metres. The line-up for heat 7, we have in lane 1 Connor DeVilly of Dash AC, lane 2 Miles Richardson of Basingstokes and Midhants AC, lane 3 is Carl D. Escofet of Birchfield Harriers. He was 7th in the under 17 competition last year and multiple finalists last year in all the age group major championships over the 100 metres. He represents Birchfield Harriers. Lane 4 is Elliot away cleanly, certainly in Shabuk. Lane 5 in the inside got a very good Adili Khalik of Hallamshire Harriers. And lane 6 is John Otungtaig of Sesbury Barnet Harriers. In lane 7 is Stephen O'Hare of Windsor Slowington and Hounslow. And in lane 8, also of Windsor Slowington and Hounslow, is Kieran Maguire. But Ottugay currently ranked second in the UK, 6.73. Lane 6, Shaftesbury Barnet, black and white, and he's out very strongly, already up into his running, and it's all about Ottugay. He's going to come through to take it. Very close on the line for the second place. Looks like Prendergast. But John Ottugay of the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers comfortably progressing there. The clock stops unconfirmed at 7.07 for the winning time there, but times are irrelevant for him at the moment. It's an automatic qualification position. We'll have a look at the replay there. John Ottugay of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers coming through, and it looks as though the Bristol and West athlete Elliot Prendergast, he's also gone under 7 seconds with a lifetime best of 6.98. He is also booked for progression through to the semi-finals. Away cleanly and effing Larko, as we point. So the final heat in the under 20 men's 60 meter heat, 60 meters. Sorry, so bringing to a close this epic marathon of 60 meter heats that we've had this morning. In lane 2 is Oji Edinburgh, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers athlete. He was second in this championships last year and went on to place second at the World Youth Championships over 100 meters. In lane 3 we have Daniel Truman of Stroud AC. Lane 4 is Jack Lemaire of Western AC. Lane 5 is James Alasakanami of Thames Valley Harriers. Lane 6 is Jack Allen of Amber Valley. Lane 7 is Julie Osabonsu of Gateshead Harriers. And in lane 8, Sam Eag of Belgrave Harriers. So certainly Edinburgh, potentially the championship favourite with that second place last year. Mightily impressive in the summer season of 2013. Going to those World Youth Championships and claiming that silver medal on the biggest stage. He is undoubtedly the firm favourite in this heat. Tops the current UK rankings. Very impressive showing at the senior championships here in Sheffield. Middlesex County Invest in lane 2 on the far side of the picture, and he's comfortably striding away. It looks like he's bringing Daniel Truman with him for the second automatic qualifying position. The clock stops unconfirmed at 7.02, but almost effortlessly there, Edinburgh, and gallantly galloping down the home straight. And it was Daniel Truman potentially who came through for that second automatic qualifying position. We'll have a look at the replay. Truman with a personal best of 7.01, so second fastest on paper. So that was how it panned out. The 1-2 on paper it was who qualified. So Edinburgh and Truman, and that brings to a close a 60-metre heat. So it was the first two in each heat, and now the officials will work out the 8 fastest losers who will progress through to the semi-finals, which are currently due to start at 3:50 p.m. So we just had a message come through on Twitter from Pippa Bailey, and she's giving a massive good look to Chloe McCarthy, who's in this opening heat of the under-17 ladies 300-metre heats. So So we now move up considerably in distance, but still sticking with the sprints on the track. It's the 300-metre heats. There are 3 heats for these under-17 ladies in total. The qualification is the first athlete in each heat. They'll be joined by the 3 fastest losers to the final. In Heat 1, we have in Lane 1 is Georgia Hollis Lawrence of the City of Sheffield Club. Lane 2 is Harriet Day of Medway and Maidstone. Lane 3 is Ashley Bland of Gateshead Harriers. Lane 4 is Rebecca O'Hara of Tonbridge. Lane 5 is Phoebe White of Birchfield Harriers. And in Lane 6 is Chloe McCarthy of St Albans. So fastest on paper to look out for is Phoebe White, the Birchfield Harrier, in lane 5. She has a lifetime best of 39.87. She placed 5th at last year's English Schools Outdoor Championships. But also look out for Chloe McCarthy. She was 5th over the 200 metres at the English Schools Championships as a junior last year. So those who've not witnessed 300 metre racing indoors before, the athletes will run the first 150 metres in their lanes, then they'll break for the inside. So they're away first time of asking, so it'll be difficult to make out much of a stagger at the moment, but certainly White, the Birchfield Harrier, chasing down Chloe McCarthy on her outside. They come through to hear the bell, so knowing it's 200 metres remaining, but certainly McCarthy looks as though potentially to be leading the way, but also Bland on her inside. She's coming through. It's going to be McCarthy who's going to lead at the break from Bland's, and it looks as though Phoebe White, who was the quickest we expected to figure, she's got a lot of work to do. But a very impressive run here from Chloe McCarthy, the St Albans AC athlete. She looks in a very good position, but she's going to be charged here by Ashley Bland in the home straight. Can McCarthy hold on? No, it looks like Bland times it perfectly just to take it on the line. So very impressive performance there from Ashley Bland, potentially entering new lifetime best performance territory there. The clock stops unofficially at 40.64. As we said, it was just first across the line guarantees automatic qualification, and that goes through to Ashley Bland. There will be 3 fastest loser spots available, and at the moment it's Chloe McCarthy who will lead that after placing 2nd in that heat. Ellie Gooding there in the pole vault, clearing a season's best of 3 metres and 70, and that joins the 5th athlete to go clear at that height. But now we'll focus back on the track. It'll be the 2nd heat for these under 17 ladies in the 300 metres. In lane 2 we have Rebecca Lord of Leamington and AC. Lane 3 is Amelia Beresford of Stoke AC. Lane 4 is Eleanor Rawson of the City of Sheffield AC. Lane 5 is Eve Williams, currently ranked 2nd on the UK rankings for 2014 and the Welsh champion representing Cumbrian Harriers. And in lane 6, we've already seen her in action earlier in the 60 metre heats. It's Grace Davies Redmond of Team Bath. Davies Redmond, it is the fastest on paper with a lifetime best of 39.50. So we'd expect Davies, Redmond and Williams certainly to be to the fore of this, but Eleanor Rawson has made a very strong start, immediately up on her Williams already as we enter into the bell now, and it looks as though Rawson's probably going to be leading the race overall as we head into that first of the top bend here. They're going to come through to the break, and it's a very strong first 150 metres from Eleanor Rawson. She's going to take pole position. Has she gone too soon though? She's going to come under pressure now from Davies, Redmond and Williams. Are they going to come past her? Can she hold on? Redmond on the very outside, going to have to go the long way around the outside. Rawson's not giving it up early, but Davies, Redmond, he says no, it's going to be all the way through to the line. Very close all. Certainly Davies, Redmond takes the first and sole automatic qualification. The clock stops unofficially at 40.74, but Williams, it was just potentially getting second place and Rawson third. It's going to be awfully important when we come through to those fastest losers places, but very impressive from Rawson, taking the race to the much favoured Williams and Davies, Redmond. Davies, Redmond, the hurdler, the strength came through over that second lap, the second 150 metres. She took the sole automatic qualification, and maybe it was Williams on the line who outdipped Rawson for that second automatic qualification place. We'll have a look on the replay there. So as we pointed out, very aggressive running from Eleanor Rawson. It's such stuffed stakes here with just one automatic qualification place at stake. She held them off coming into this last 100 metres though. That's when she started to come under pressure. Davies, Redmond, she looked at one point though as though Rawson was going to hold them off, but it was Davies, Redmond, apologies, who came through to take it. It was Williams who came through for second and Rawson who's third, so those girls are both going to have to wait and see if they'll join Davies, Redmond in the final. So the third and final heat for these under 17 women in 300 metre distance. In lane 2 we have Jordan Dixon of Blackpool Wire and Flied AC. Lane 3 is Ashton Greenwood of Spenborough and District AC. Lane 4 is Beth Pringle of Gateshead Harriers. Lane 5 is Ella Barrett of Chesterfield and District. Ella Barrett, current UK number 1, 5th in the competition last year over 300 metres, 2nd at last year's English Schools Outdoor Championships, has a lifetime best of 38.85. And in lane 6 we have Zoe Nash of the Bridgend AC. So we certainly saw from heat 2 there the form guide potentially thrown out the window with this one automatic qualification place at stake, leading to some athletes adopting some very aggressive tactics. Of course, indoor running is slightly different to outdoors. There's the break to encounter, but certainly Ella Barrett looks as though she's not going to have to leave anything to chance. Already up on the outside, Zoe Nash on her outside, so looking to control this. She is the UK number 1, so we would expect her to book a comfortable progression. But Ashton Greenwood on the inside, she's looking to challenge. But at the moment, it's Ella Barrett who's striding away from the opposition, looking very comfortable and poised at the front. It's certainly Pringle and Greenwood who are in a slipstream at the moment, but it's Barrett who's going to come through and book automatic qualification through to this semi-final, through to the final, and it's Ashton Greenwood who takes the second place position, so leading the fastest losers from that third and final heat. The clock stops unconfirmed, 40.39, the quickest of the 3 heats, and the UK number 1, Ella Barrett, looks set to potentially win gold here in Sheffield. So in terms of track now, we move on to the under 17 men's 400 metres. There will be 4 heats. It will be the first 2 athletes in each heat and the 4 fastest losers that will progress on to the semi-finals, which are scheduled for 6:25 p.m. today. In Heat 1, we have 4 athletes, and starting in Lane 3 we have Elliot Scott of Taunton AC. Lane 4 is Sam Day of Middlesbrough AC. Lane 5 is Thomas Arnold of Cambran Harriers, and in Lane 6 Leroy Keeling of Derby AC. Scott it is, who's the fastest on paper with a personal best of 49.74. And just to clarify, now we have progressed slightly up in distance from the under 17 ladies equivalent. The athletes run roughly around about 170 metres in their lanes, and that's when they'll break for the inside. So it's Scott, Day, Arnold and Keeling. The way, first time of asking as they enter into the back straight there, but Scott, potentially the fastest on paper, looks as though he's maybe getting a little bit left behind at the moment. Sam Date is the Middlesbrough athlete who's making the strongest run, but certainly now Scott is coming into contention as we enter into the breaking point, down into the home straight, and as expected it is Elliot Scott, Taunton AC, looking to control this, gets out in front. It's just the first 2 athletes to go through halfway, the clock unconfirmed 24.36, so very pacing through halfway, and Elliot Scott now is beginning to stretch out as they go down the back straight, and Sam Day's looking to challenge to come through for that second automatic qualifying position, and Day is potentially maybe even going to go past Scott as he comes round the very outside, but Scott looks to be controlling this, but also still in contention. There's Thomas Arnold, he's still in with a shout, but it looks as though Scott from Day, from Arnold, the winning time unconfirmed 51.15.
Track maybe 2.
So Heat 2 for these under 17 men in the 400 metres. 5 athletes will contest Heat 2. In Lane 2 we have Kieran Flaherty of Cambridge and Coleridge. Lane 3 is Ryan Brackstone of Bracknell AC. Lane 4 is James Laval of Horwich Harriers. In lane 5 is Jascaran Notter of Birchfield Harriers, and in lane 6 is Elliot Holland of City of Norwich, currently ranked second on the UK rankings with a personal best of 49.53. He's this year's Scottish champion, and last year he posted the impressive stat of finishing 5th at the UK School Games, the National 3As Outdoors and English Schools Championships over the 400 metres distance. The athlete's been called to the marks position. So Flaherty, Braxton, Laval, Notter and Holland. First 2 across the line will book progression through to the semi-finals. Saw the opening heat winner Elliot Scott a time roughly around about 51 seconds. And they're away cleanly for the first time of asking. Certainly Elliot Holland in that distinctive vest out in lane 6. The orange and red stripes of the City of Norwich AC colours. He's beginning to pull away, but also in lane 4, James Laval, the Horwich athlete, he's making a good pull to try and get pole position as we come into the break now. It's certainly going to be between the two, Holland and Laval. Holland Laval, it says 1-2 at the bell as they go through quicker than the first heat, unconfirmed 23.55. So a very rapid opening here from Elliot Holland, stretching the field out already. He's out in front, looking to control this, do as minimal as possible. He's the tall, strong figure, but he can't manage to shake off Laval at the moment. But those two look to have a little bit of daylight now, stretching back to Jasker and Notter at Birchfield Harriers. It is those two are going to come away and take the 2 automatic qualifying positions. The clock stops unconfirmed at 51.26. So it's Elliot Holland of City of Norwich and James Laval of Horwich who'll successfully progress through to today's semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see to see if any of those athletes from Heat 2 will join them as a fastest loser.
Megan Grant, 169, Yvette Westwood.
3 meters and 60, and unfortunately Certainly lane 8, 6 miles got left in the blocks, but Duar is powering away from this, and Downs is coming along with him. Duar and Downs. Jump runway here in round 2. We have Emily Dixon of the Team Bath AC Athletics Club. Has a personal best of 5 metres and 70, which she set this year, so is in very good form. Currently ranked 4th on the UK rankings. Coached by Ken Holmes down in Bath. Sets herself, glides into that run-up, strong into the board. We'll have to wait. Initial reactions maybe not giving us so much away as regards to whether she's happy or not with that, so we'll have to wait and see with the distance. Also, Dixon, a very successful multi-events athlete, having placed 3rd in last year's English Schools multi-events competition. Just awaiting the official result. Currently having slight discussion across the infield with a coach. And it's 5:44 for Dixon there. So after a no jump in the first round, she improves now to 5 metres and 44 centimetres in round 2. And that moves her up into 2nd place overall. Good to see that one of our fans, Donald Langford, he is going to be watching the football on mute, and the athletic stream is going to be pumped up to maximum capacity. So thank you very much for your support, Donald Langford. So next on the long jump runway we have Morgan Late, who's going for a record equaling 6 consecutive long jump titles. She's won twice as an under 15, so twice as an under 15, twice as an under 17, so this would be a 2nd time as an under 20 if successful. She had a foul in the first round, top of the UK rankings with a massive 5 metres and 90. Very strong and quick into the board, quite a way off it though in terms of foot plants, so she immediately looks over to the coach to say not quite happy with that. But with a foul in the first round, it'll be important to get a good solid marker in here. She's having discussions with the coach across from the track. So Morgan Lake, who set a world indoor best for her age group of indoor pentathlon already this winter, so in superb form. Such a talented athlete in an array of events. We'll have a look to see what that is. And it's 5 metres and 90, which is the benchmark for all to follow now. Clearly out in front, 5 metres and 91 for Morgan Lake to take the lead in the under 20 women's long jump. We'll quickly now go to the Heat 3 of the under 17 men's 400 metres. The lineup we have in lane 2, Thomas Pinkin of Havering and Maysbrook. Lane 3, Finley Bigg of Phoenix AC. Lane 4 is Alistair Finlay of Leicester Corritanians AC. Lane 4 is Ashley Sandow, the Northern champion and UK number 1 with a personal best of 49.51. He represents Knee Valley Harriers. And in lane 6 is Thomas Goodman of Bristol and West AC. So far it has gone to the form guide in these under 17 men's heats, with the favourites controlling both of their encounters. Let's see how Sandow pans up in this one, and he's already in pole position as he overtakes Goodman on his very outside. Tall figure with a very structured arm up carriage. He looks to come through and control this as he goes through halfway. We'll look out for the split, almost identical to the previous heat, 23.55 for Sandow. He's clearly stretched out the opposition now. It's almost in single file. It pretty much is in single file. Sandow, the tall figure, looking very comfortable down the back straight. It looks as though Big of Phoenix AC is in second place, but they're quite a distance back from Sandow. This is very impressive for him, but it is Big, the Phoenix AC, who's hanging on to that second automatic qualifying position. Sandow crosses the line, unconfirmed 50.75. And it was Finley Big of Phoenix AC who will join him comfortably automatically qualifying for the semi-finals later on today. So far it has gone to the 4 split, almost identical to the previous heat, 23.55 rate. It looks as though Big of position. So we have Ebony Wake here in the long jump. Quite a little bit down on the board. She's seen that mark set by Morgan Lake of 5 meters and 91. Wake it is herself, currently ranked 3rd on the UK rankings with a personal best of 5 meters and 90, and she is the second furthest jumper on paper. So as pointed out by England Athletics on the Twitter feed, it would take a personal best from any of the athletes to challenge Lake in order to take this title away from her. But Ebony Lake will have a look to see what the distance is. She's already walking away. She's perhaps not too happy with it. We'll just wait for that confirmation. And for Ebony Wake, it's 5.66, and now she moves into second position for Ebony Wake of Birchfield Harriers. So the athletes are coming out onto the track for this 4th and final heat in the under-17 men's 400 metres. In lane 2 we have Niall Carney of Solihull and Small Heath. Lane 3 is Ryan James of Cardiff AC. Lane 4 is Michael Oku Apomfu of Newham and Essex Beagles. Lane 5 is Harrison Caird of Milton Keynes. And in lane 6 is Owen Richardson of Basingstoke and Midhants. Currently ranked 3rd on the UK rankings with a personal best of 50.57. So it was just off shot there, but Lucy Bryan, the defending champion in the under-20 women's pole vault, she has gone clear at 4 metres, the first athlete to do so, so looks set to potentially regain her title. So the athletes under starters orders for this fourth and final heat in the under 17 men's 400 metres. Just to run you through again, it's Carney, James, Okuamfo, Card and Richardson. It's the first two athletes who will progress through to the semi-finals later on today at 6:25, and they'll be joined by the four fastest losers. Owen Richardson, he says, who's the fastest on paper in lane 6, but also look out for Ryan James, the Welsh athlete. He has a personal best of 50.7. But certainly out in front, Owen Richardson. Distinctive Basingstoke mid-hands vest with the yellow, orange and red stripes, but on a rapidly coming through on his inside is Ryan James, the Cardiff athlete. Great acceleration around the bend to take pole position as we come into the break. So Ryan James it is who will lead as we go through the halfway mark, unconfirmed at 23.67, and the athletes seem to be fighting it out for that lead, but they're both well clear, and Richardson cruises past James there, so maybe James has gone a little too hard on that first 200 metres, but Owen Richardson of Basingstoke and mid-hands, he's powering away from their opposition, opening a massive gap here on James. He's comfortably going to come away and take the first automatic qualification position. James may be coming under a little bit of pressure, but he's going to hang on to the second automatic qualifying position. And the clock stops unconfirmed at 50.59, so just outside his lifetime best. Very impressive running there from Owen Richardson. And I think maybe Ryan James went a little bit too quickly on that first opening lap, but he was able to maintain and have enough in reserve to qualify as an automatic position in second place. Welsh athlete. Welsh athlete. So the leader, Morgan Lake, in the under-20 ladies long jump competition is back on the runway, getting a bit of crowd support here, so they're getting the rhythmic clapping going already, which is always good to see. Lake very strong and powerful on the board, hits it a lot more better than it did last time, so maybe it might be an improvement. Immediately signalling to her coach, giving some form of feedback as regards to that jump. But certainly very fast on the board, maybe indicating that she's sitting into a landing there, so maybe not having quite enough forward momentum to keep progressing her further forward once she lands in the sandpit. But the current lead with 5.91, is it going to be any higher than that? We've also got Abigail Roberts on the back straight in the pole vault, just confirming Morgan Lake does extend a lead to 5 metres and 96, so 5 centimetre improvement for Lake. And on the back straight we've got Abigail Roberts in the pole vault. This would be a new personal best at the third and final attempt of 4 metres. And it isn't to be today for Roberts, unfortunately, for 4 metres. But she does confirm silver medal with 3.90. So Lucy Bryan in the pole vault, 4 metres and 16, which would be a new championship record. Not to be on the first time of asking, but she will have 2 further attempts at this height. So second attempt here for Lucy Bryan in the pole vault. New championship record if she gets this. Ooh, certainly a better attempt than it was with her first attempt. An athlete who has cleared 4 metres and 40 outdoors and 4 metres 26 indoors this year. We would expect that potentially she had the opportunity to rewrite the record books, but she will have 1 further attempt to do so. So Lucy Bryan, third and final attempt here in the pole vault, 4 metres and 16. And she gets it. Sails over. As we pointed out, it's certainly a distance that's well within her repertoire, but she rewrites the record books, improving her own championship record by 1 centimetre with 4 metres and 16. The gold was already hers, as she was the only athlete to clear 4 metres, but we'll see now how much higher Lucy Bryan can go. Emily Dixon of Team Bath on the long jump runway in the 4th round.
And she's already qualified for the World Juniors this year. That's 4:15 record standard, and she's done 4:16 here. Should be the third time.
Was in a medal position, but has been dislodged now. Can she improve in the 4th round? I was going to say spot on the board, but unfortunately gets the red flag, so that won't count. So we just captured there Lucy Bryan with a first attempt at 4 metres and 26. Unsuccessful with that one for Lucy, but she will have 2 further attempts at that height. And just to confirm to viewers as well, this year Eugene in America will play host to the World Junior Championships, and Lucy Bryan is one of those athletes who already has a current qualification standard under her belt, having cleared 4:16 today, 4:26, 4 metres and 26 already this year. She's well in excess of the UK Athletics performance standard of 4 metres and 15. And we've just seen Morgan Lake go in the 4th round of the long jump, currently leading with 5 metres and 96, which I'll be very surprised if any athlete can look to challenge. We'll just wait to see what confirmation for that 4th round jump for Lake is. But Lake, just in this succession of exceptionally talented multi-event athletes we had, obviously at the very highest level Jessica Ennis, following quickly behind here we have Katrina Johnson-Thompson, and working away through the junior age groups is Morgan Lake. Just waiting for confirmation for Morgan Lake's 4th round jump there. I don't think we're not going to get Morgan Lake's 4th round jump there. So Lucy Bryan's second attempt, 4 metres and 26, and she gets it. So an even further improvement on the championship record, which she does own, and then currently improves her own 2014 season's best. But as we pointed out, an athlete who's cleared 4 metres and 40 outdoors, this may not be the end of the record-breaking performances that we see from Lucy Bryan today. And thank you very much to Nick Yeelsley for pointing out that Morgan Lake did get a red flag in the 4th round, so that's why I was waiting for a while for the scoreboard to change, and it never did. So thanks, Nick, for just pointing that out for me. Emily Dixon in the long jump. So after the under 15 girls semi-finals and the 60 metres, we now move on to the under 15 boys. There'll be 2 semi-finals. It's the first 3 athletes across the finish line in each race will secure automatic qualification, and they'll be joined by the 2 fastest losers to today's final, which is scheduled for 4:55 p.m. The lineup is as follows. In lane 1 we have Daniel Bell of the City of Sheffield, lane 2 Dominic Duggan of West Cheshire, lane 3 Tyrell Williamson of Birchfield Harriers, lane 4 Callum Wells of Exeter Harriers, very impressive in the heats from Wells, revising his lifetime best down to 7.21. Charles Hilliard of Hales Owen, he goes in lane 5. Emmanuel Dadzi of Thames Valley Harriers, he's in lane 6. Lane 7 is Joshua Leatherard of Preston Harriers, and in lane 8 is Fraser Angus of Ayr Seaford AC. So it was Wells who was very impressive, and he gets a great start. Hilliard gets left behind again, and it is Wells powering away from it. From Williamson, from Hilliard. Callum Wells continues his very impressive form. The clock stops unofficially at 7.22, and it may be a further improvement on his lifetime best because they have been rounded down previously, but the Exeter Harrier out like a rocket. Second place it was Tyrell Williamson, and I think it was maybe Charles Hilliard of Hales Owen who came through for that vital third and final place. Certainly Callum Wells is looking on course for a very strong show in this final. We'll have to wait and see what semi-final 2 has to offer. Great consistency being shown by Morgan Lake. Her 5th round effort is 5.94. Lucy Bryan, second on attempt at 4 metres and 33, which would be a World Junior lead if she gets it. And she does! Certainly gave the bar a wobble, but a world-leading performance from Lucy Bryan. And quickly then we go to semi-final 2 for the under-15 boys 60 metres. Oh, not sure. I think the athletes were just told to stand up just before they all jaunted forward, so hopefully there won't be any disqualifications there, but we'll have to wait and see. So it's a green flag for all the athletes in this under-15 boys semi-final 2, so just a warning for a faulty start. So just to remind you, it's Princewell, Stanfield, Efalarco, Williamson-Taylor, Adeniran, Scherger, Miller and Buckle. The first 3 athletes across the finish line will guarantee qualification for the final later on today. They're away cleanly for the second time of asking, and certainly Efalarco very good, up into his upright, that green vest with clear daylight, back to second place, which is Adeniran, it looks. So very good sprinting from the Sale Harriers Manchester athlete there. The clock stops unconfirmed at 7.14. Very impressive sprinting there. He is the UK #1 and clearly showing his definite dominance, and it looks as though he came through for the second automatic qualifying position. Couldn't quite make out the third one. We'll just have another quiet replay at that just to see if we can tidy up that third automatic qualification place. It's awfully tight on the line, but I think it looks as though it was maybe Oliver Stanfield it was who came through for that third automatic qualifying position. And just to clarify there, Lucy Bryan in the pole vault, the first attempt at 4 metres and 41, she was unsuccessful there. It's Georgia Green in the long jump. .41 Lucy Bryan, second time of asking. No, it's not to be, so she got one more attempt left for Lucy Bryan there. Lucy Bryan's competition comes to an end, she becomes the third athlete ever to win 3 consecutive national junior indoor titles. 4:33 indoors is a new lifetime best for an indoor performance, and as we said, further consolidates her hopes of a place on the Great Britain and Northern Ireland World Junior team for the championships, which is due to take place in July of this year out in Oregon, the United States of America. We'll now focus our attention onto the under-17 ladies 60-metre semi-finals. There'll be 3 semi-finals for this event. It's the first 2 athletes in each race, and obviously the 2 fastest losers will progress through to the final, which is scheduled for 5 minutes past 5 today. In lane 1 we have Charlotte Orton of Ellenborough. Lane 2 is Yvette Westwood of Yates AC. Lane 3 is Jill Cherry of Shettleston Harriers. Lane 4 is Megan Mars of the City of Lisburn AC. Lane 5 is Molly Scott of Ireland. Lane 6 is Kia Stewart Morrison of Birchfield Harriers. Lane 7 is Monique Craig Mackenzie of Thames Valley. And in lane 8, Catherine Hardy of Gloucestershire AC. Molly Scott, the Irish athlete in lane 5, who took last year's under-15 girls title at this event last year. But the fastest in qualification was Megan Mars, just to the outside of Scott, on her left. City of Lisburn in lane 4. She's the quickest in the field, outright with a personal best of 7:57, and won her opening heat in 7.65. And looks like we may have qualification here. One athlete, I won't name them, immediately puts their head in the hands. It's always a difficult one, because if anything you'd probably encourage athletes to play a bit of a poker face when it comes to full starts. But if hopefully the officials do rely on the automatic readings that come out of the blocks, and if it is inside the limited, then it's left with no doubt. But if there's any bit of question, sometimes body language can be key, and unfortunately lane 6, she was the lady who put her head in her hands. It was Kia Stewart Morrison. She knew straight away, but unfortunately at the semi-final stage she will play no further part. So we now have just 7 athletes that remain. So it's Orton, Weston, Sherry, Mars, Scott, Crabb Mackenzie and Hardy. Just the first 2 across the line to gain automatic qualification. Certainly focus should be on the middle, with Mars and Scott leading the way in times. And Scott certainly got out very well, and Mars got a little bit of work to do, but she's beginning to close now. Mars comes through. He says Mars is probably going to take it on the line there. The clock stops unconfirmed winning time of 7.69, so it looked as though Megan Mars came through. Jill Cherry it was who looked to get a fantastic start, and Molly Scott, the Irish athlete, was slightly left behind. We'll have another look on the replay. I think it was undoubted as regards to the winner. That was Megan Mars, the City of Lisburn. And I think it was going to be very close between Molly Scott and Jill Cherry. We'll leave that one to the officials to decide that. It's crucially given that only 2 automatic qualification positions. Confirmed at 7.56, which could equal her lifetime best, which was set last year of 7.56. It was certainly very close on the line for the second place position. We'll look to see if we can get that. It looks as though it may be the Kingston upon Hull athlete Charlotte Patterson taking that one, but we will leave that for official confirmation. But no doubt about the winner, Hannah Breer, the Welsh athlete, books her progression through to today's final. I've just been handed the list of qualifiers for the under 15 boys 60 metres final, and the lineup is as follows. In lane 1 it'll be Chad Miller, lane 2 is Nathaniel Sherger, lane 3 is Jonah Efalarco, lane 4 is Callum Wells, lane 5 is Dedican Adenirin, lane 6 is Tyrell Williamson, lane 7 is Physio Williamson Taylor, and in lane 8 is Charles Hilliard. So the third and final semi-final for these under 17 ladies, the lineup we have is in lane 1 is Amy Teal of Southampton AC, lane 2 is Izzy Bryant, also of Southampton AC, lane 4 is Maya Bruni of Blackheath and Bromley, lane 4 Grace Davies of Redmond of Team Bath AC, lane 5 is Lucy Hode of Reigate Priory, lane 6 Jazz Crawford of Blackheath and Bromley AC, lane 7 Ebony Carr of Milton Keynes AC, and in lane 8 Jade Simpson of City of Plymouth AC.
Maya Bruni, the fastest in this race, 7:61.
Jazz Crawford it was who was the fastest qualifier, winning her opening heat in 7.70. Fastest on paper though is Maya Bruni of Blackheath and Bromley. She currently has a lifetime best of 7.61. Also look out for Grace Davies Redmond, already contested the heats of the 60 metres and the 300 metres. And I don't want to preempt too much fate, but just talking about Grace Davies Redmond, and it may be that she's fallen foul of the full start there in this third semi-final. She's already standing behind the officials. I think maybe she already knows the fate that awaits, or wait for the official verdict, and it is unfortunately Grace Davies Redmond will play no further part. I was already saying what a busy afternoon, busy day even that she was having contested the heats of the 60 metres and the 300 metres, but unfortunately she is now out of the 60 metre competition. So just to remind you the lineup, we have Teal, Bryant, Bruni, Hode, Crawford, Carr and Simpson. The first two athletes will receive automatic qualification, and overall over the three semi-finalists will identify two fastest losers. They're away first time. Bruni got a very good start, but also Crawford on her outside. Bruni and Crawford, it is on the line, looking for the dip there. We'll leave that one to the photo finish, and the unconfirmed winning time is 7.68. Undoubtedly it was Bruni and Crawford who went away there for the two automatic qualifying positions. We'll have another look on the replay to see if we can try and separate them. It is going to be very difficult, but certainly the two Blackheath Harriers athletes very close on the line, so guaranteeing Blackheath and Bromley Harriers representation in this final is Maya Bruni and Jazz Crawford. So we can just see on the screen there, it's the under 17 men making their way out for the opening semi-final one in this 60 metre contest. We'll look to give you the lineup shortly. Just a message coming in, well, just to get that out, it's a little bit early at the moment, but Barnsley AC, courtesy of Twitter, they're wishing the best of luck to Lauren Frid, who goes in the semi-finals of the under 20 women's competition. And it's Georgina Westwood who takes the bronze with 5 metres and 51 in the under 20 ladies long jump competition. And with 5.66, the silver goes to Ebony Wake. And the 6th-time long jump champion now with a leap of 5.96 is Morgan Lake, matching the save achievement of Katrina Johnson-Thompson. We will see Morgan in competition in other events this weekend, so this is potentially just the starting point in terms of her medal haul over the 2 days. So we now switch attention to the under 17 men in this semi-final stage of the 60 metre contest. In lane 1 in the first semi-final we have Lee Westley of Marshall Milton Keynes AC. In lane 2 is Nilreem Stewart of Thames Valley. In lane 3 is Ricardo Ewer of Rugby and Northampton. Lane 4 is Oliver Brombury of Southampton. Lane 5 Cameron Little of Bexley AC. Lane 6 Zachary Stapleton of Rugby and Northampton. Lane 7 Matthew Embrewer of Harrow AC, and in lane 8 William Kennedy of Team Bath. The qualification, same as the under 17 ladies, the first 2 in each semi-final, and the 2 fastest losers progress to today's final, scheduled for 5 p.m. Oh, it's clearly very tense and nervous down there. Sort of goes without saying the importance of getting out quickly, but it looks as though potentially there Southampton's Oliver Bromby, fastest qualifier, going inside 7 seconds with 6.98. He may have brought an end to his competition. Unfortunately that has been confirmed, so that's a big shock. Oliver Bromby, certainly one of the favourites to progress through to at least the final, he now exits the competition. And this means that someone else has got a real opportunity now to seal one of those 2 automatic qualification positions that maybe would have considered lost had Bromby been contesting this race. So just to confirm you, it's Westley, Stewart, Ewer, Little, Stapleton, and Brewer and Kennedy. They're away for second time of asking, and certainly Cameron Little coming through, but also Ricardo Ewer. Certainly Little and Ewer looked as though they were the clear 2 out there. It was very close on the line. The clock stops at an unconfirmed 7.11. We'll have another look at the replay. Apologies, couldn't quite categorically say that, but certainly Rico Ewer in lane 3 and Cameron Little out in lane 5. Little in that orange distinctive vest, and you are in the light blue on the inside. Those are your 2 automatic qualifiers through to the later on's final. So we're just confirming the under 20 ladies pole vault. Abigail Roberts it is who takes the silver medal, and the gold medal for the 3rd consecutive time is Lucy Bryan. She set 3 championship bests, 4 metres and 33. Bristol and West, Lucy Bryan. Semi-final 2 for the under-17 men. In lane 1 is Kyle Cranston of Herne Hill Harriers. Lane 2 is David McDonald of Ireland. Lane 3 is Kessie Oladoye of Harrow AC. Kessie Oladoye, sorry. Lane 4 is Rakeem Miller of Hercules Wimbledon AC. Lane 5 is Ismail Abdul Karim of Herne Hill Harriers. Lane 6 is Corey Wilkie of Harrow. Lane 7, Harry Richardson of Crewe and Nantwich AC. And lane 8 is Terrell Craig of Bexley AC. So certainly a very strong semi-final here, with Oladoye and Miller being drawn in the same semi-final. They currently sit 1 and 2 on the UK rankings. We'd expect those two to dominate, and certainly out in the moment it is those two as we expected, and it looks as though it's Miller who's going to get this slight advantage going into that final there. He stops the clock at an unconfirmed 6.99, so it's Rakeem Miller who took that just from Kessie Oladoye, the UK number 1. So warming up for a very exciting and interesting final there. We'll have a look at the replay. A slight stumble there coming out of the blocks from Rakeem Miller, but very impressive to still regain composure and form to come through and take that victory in semi-final 2. And it was Kessie Oladoye of Harrow AC who will join him in the final, which is scheduled for 5 p.m. I've just been given the list of confirmed finalists for the under-17 ladies 60 metres final. The lineup is as follows. In lane 1 it'll be Hannah Williams of Hearts Phoenix. Lane 2 is Jill Cherry of Shettleston. Lane 3 is Hannah Breer of Swansea Harriers. Lane 4 is Megan Mars of the City of Lisbon. Lane 5 is Jazz Crawford of Blackheath and Bromley. Lane 6 is Maya Bruni of Blackheath and Bromley. Lane 7 is Charlotte Patterson of Kingston upon Hull. And in lane 8 it's Molly Scott of Ireland. So semi-final 3 to draw to a close the semi-final stage of the under-17 men's 60 metres. In lane 1 we have Dominic Bogus of Doncaster AC. Lane 2 is Sam Talbot of Exeter Harriers. Lane 3 is Michael Olsen of Edinburgh AC. Lane 4 Joe McGrath of Doncaster AC, Northern champion and a finalist last year. Lane 5 Cameron Tyndall of Edinburgh AC. Lane 6 Kishon Allen of Herne Hill Harriers. Lane 7 Josh Adams of the City of Sheffield. And in lane 8 Abbas Hemo of Newham and Essex Beagles. As pointed out, in particular, special interest being paid to the Scottish athletes Michael Olsen and Cameron Tyndall, who went 7.03 and 7.04 respectively. We understand that the Scottish record is 7.01, so that could look to be revised by either of these athletes in this semi-final and maybe even the final later on. Is the first two athletes across the line. The Scottish athletes of Olsen and Tyndall went 1-2 in their heat earlier. Potentially, if any athlete would look to split them at the moment on paper, it would be Joe McGrath, the Doncaster AC athlete. So certainly a lot of the attention at the moment we're probably expecting lanes 3, 4 and 5, which is Olsen, McGrath and Tyndall. We earlier saw Oliver Bromby unfortunately disqualified, so it's not a given just on paper these times. Athletes have to go out and execute the race required to contest for these medals later on. Howard's feeling certainly Olsen and Tyndall, the Scottish athletes, getting out awfully well, and McGrath's coming back at him. Is going to be very close on the line, and maybe McGrath came through to take it above both Scottish athletes. The clock stops at an unconfirmed 7.00, and as it looked as though Joe McGrath, it was the Doncaster AC athletes who came through the middle of Olsen and Tyndall, the two Edinburgh AC athletes. The Scottish athletes were out awfully well, and McGrath came through with a late run to time it to perfection to get the dip on the line. We'll have to wait to see what the official verdict will be for the second automatic qualification place, but no doubt about the winner. That was Joe McGrath of Doncaster AC, and we'll have to see if Michael Olsen or Cameron Tyndall will join him as an automatic qualifier in the final. And looking at the unconfirmed winning time of 7.00, as pointed out, maybe that Scottish record could have been at least equalled at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. So we move up now to the under 20 age group. It'll be the women followed by the men. So first up is the women. We had 3 semi-finals. It's the first 2 and the 2 fastest losers to progress to today's final, which will take place at 5:10 p.m. The lineup for semi-final 1. In lane 1 is Gabby Burnton of Cannock and Stafford AC. Lane 2 is Catherine Smith of Tamworth AC. Lane 3 is Danny Walker of Birchfield Harriers. Lane 4 is Dina Asher-Smith of Blackheath Harriers and Blomley. She's already set a new championship record in her opening heat of 7.31. Lane 5, the Midland champion Amelia Benjamin of Birchfield Harriers. Lane 6, Rachel Bell of Cleethorpes and District. Lane 7, Zoe Styles of Worcester AC. And in Lane 8, Christy Edwards of the City of Sheffield AC. So it was a mightily impressive performance from Dina Asher-Smith in that heats this morning. Appeared to be in complete cruise control, but stopping the clock at new championship record figures of 7.31. Be interesting to see who joins it if this race does go to as we'd expect. And a very good start from Dina Asher-Smith, but Danny Walker on her outside. Dina Asher-Smith already going away, clear daylight, and it looks as though it's Danny Walker who's going to come through for second automatic qualifying place. The clock has stopped at an unconfirmed 7.23, so it's unconfirmed, but further improves the current championship record. We'll have another look at the replay, but to be honest, I was so surprised at the amount of daylight there was between Dina Asher-Smith and the opposition. This girl is world class as a junior, and hopefully if this continues, will make great inroads as a senior. Blackheath Harriers and Bromley winning by around about 5 metres there. That was ultra impressive. It has been confirmed 7.22 for Dina Asher-Smith, equaling a lifetime best and further improving the championship best performance. Dina Asher-Smith currently sitting third on the UK all-time rankings. Number 2 is Jodie Williams. We'll all know that name. She ran 7.21 as a junior, and the current UK age record holder is Bev Kinch, running for the Borough of Hounslow back in 1983. She clocked 7.19. Can Dina improve that in the final? Certainly going to be very interesting. So after that fireworks there from Dina Asher-Smith, we'll see what semi-final 2 has to offer. It's an equally impressive lineup in terms of great domestic depth and talent in the sprinting age group. In lane 1 we have Eugenie Brown of Harrow AC, lane 2 of Lauren Frid of Barnsley Athletic Club, lane 3 is Shannon Hilton of Blackheath and Bromley, further improved her lifetime best to 7.44 in the heats earlier. Lane 4 Charlotte Jones of Birchfield, lane 5 Tamara Miller of Bratt AC Club, lane 6 is Tyler Braid of Thames Valley Harriers, lane 7 was Lucy Gillies, but unfortunately she does not start this semi-final, and in lane 8 is Paige Fairclough of Stevenage and North Hearts AC. So Hilton, Jones, Miller all have won honours on the national stage in the sprint events. Just 2 positions at stake. Very good start from Hilton, that small, slender figure powering away. Looks like Tamara's coming through for the second automatic qualifying position. No doubt about the winner there, Shannon Hilton. Blackheath and Harrison stopping the clock at 7.44, unconfirmed. It was Tamara Miller of the Bratt AC Club who came through for the second unconfirmed, second automatic qualification place. We'll have a look at the replay there. But Shannon Hilton, a tall, lengthy stride, smooth out of the blocks, very good transition. She's bringing Tamara Miller away with her. She'll take on Dina Asher-Smith for the gold in the final. So we have got underway in the under 17 men's high jump competition. To confirm, sorry, that's the under 15 boys high jump competition. Apologies, not the under 17, it's the under 15 boys high jump competition. As we divert our attention back to the track, it's the third semi-final for the under 20 ladies. In lane 1 is Grace Adman of Thames Valley. In lane 2 is Sean Lloyd McClear of Charnwood. Lane 3 is Cleo Stevenson of the City of Norwich. Lane 4 is Amma Pippi of Enfield and Haringey. Lane 5 is Vivian Olacheju of Blackheath and Bromley. Lane 6 is Finette Agapong of Newham and Essex Beagles. Lane 7 is Lauren Clark of Decorum and Tring. And in lane 8 is Cody Burnett of Newbury AC. Ollie Tunje it was who was the fastest of the qualifiers. She has an equal lifetime best, the same as Amma Pippi in lane 4, 7.56. And certainly Ollie Tunje and Pippi are out to the quickest, and it's those two in the middle, but also on her outside is Agapong, and it's very close on the line. It's a little too close to call. The clock stops unconfirmed at 7.63, but Vivian Olatunje and Amma Pippi is certainly passing it out for the first two positions across the finish line. And Finette Agapong of Newham and Essex Beagles certainly in the reckoning, but we'll have a look at the replay just to see if we can get any further evidence from there. But certainly Vivian Olatunje and Amma Pippi were out the quickest all the way through to the line. It was looking awfully close, and maybe Olatunje just getting it on the inside, but also argument for Pippi. But irrespectively, both of those athletes will qualify for today's final, where they'll take on Shannon Hilton and Dina Asher-Smith to just contest those medals. So throughout the day we have been encouraging a bit of audience interaction via the social networking service of Twitter. So big thank you to Scott Hall. He's tweeted in to say fantastic coverage by Atleticos Live, currently working in partnership with England Athletics to stream this event. So thank you very much for your kind words, Scott. If anyone else has any form of feedback, good luck wishes, comments, athletes competing here today who want to let us know how they feel about how they've got on, please let us know and we'll look to broadcast these live on air. So we've had the under 20 ladies, so now we move to the under 20 men. The same format, it'll be 3 semi-finals, so the first 2 athletes in each semi-final will automatically book their place through to today's final, which is scheduled for 5:15 p.m, and they will be joined by the 2 fastest losers. The lineup for semi-final 1, in lane 1 is Anax De Silva of Cardiff AC. Lane 2 is Miles Richardson of Basingstoke and Midhants. Lane 3, last year's silver medalist Uji Adediburn of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Lane 4, Theo Entwin of Hercules Wimbledon AC. Lane 5, last year's under 17 60-metre champion Ruben Arthur of Enfield and Harringay. Lane 6, Theodore Reeve of Wolverhampton and Bilston AC. Lane 7, Ryan Walker of Milton Keynes AC. And in Lane 8, Leroy Kane of Thames Valley Harriers. So certainly Edinburgh and Arthur are athletes we would expect to figure towards the fore of this race, but Theo Entwin and Theodore Reeve also looked very impressive in their heats. Reeve it was, going inside 7 seconds for the very first time. Sorry, missed that off. Ryan Walker in 7 does not start, and looks as though we may potentially lose an athlete now. We'll have a look on the replay, but I'm pretty sure Leroy Kane on the very outside, stumbling out of his blocks there, and unfortunately his competition may come to a premature end there. All the athletes walking back to the starting position now. Quite disconsolate Leo Kane looking down at his starting blocks. I think he knows the verdict that awaits, but we'll just wait for that official confirmation. He's looking across to the starters. Officials are having a discussion about it there. And see if any cards or disqualifications are issued. So the official is walking over, and unfortunately it is Leroy Kane who will be disqualified and exit the competition. So with Ryan Walker not starting, this now means that lanes 7 and 8 are now vacant. So just to remind you, it's De Silva, Richardson, Edinburgh, Etienne, Arthur and Reeve. Those are the 6 athletes that will contest this first semi-final. So for the second time of asking, the under 20 men in this first semi-final will assume the marks position. De Silva, Richardson, Edinburgh, Etienne, Arthur and Reeve. The first 2 across the finish line will automatically qualify through to the final, and then collectively over the 3 semi-finals the 2 fastest losers will also progress. Oh, and unfortunately, don't want to say it too soon, but we may be losing even more athletes from this race. We'll have a look at the replay. It's hard, didn't look as though maybe anyone was going early, but certainly lanes 2 and 3, which is Miles Richardson and OG Edibin, they were the first athletes to move. We'll have to wait and see what the officials deem, whether or not anyone was guilty of a full start. And all athletes are given a green flag, so it's classified as a faulty start. So it was down to starter error or a malfunction with the start. No athlete was deemed accountable for that. So all can breathe a huge sigh of relief. And for the 3rd time of asking now, semi-final 1, under 20 men are under starters' orders. De De Silva, Richardson, Edebaran, Etienne, Arthur and Reeve. And we're away, and Edgy Edebaran out fantastically well. He's beginning to power away. Arthur may be coming through for the second one with Etienne. No doubt about the winner. It's going to be close for second place. Clock stopped unconfirmed at 6.78 for Edgy Edebaran. After the drama of all those 40 starts, all athletes will be relieved to get through that race. We'll have a look at the replay. No doubt about the winner. It was Edgy Edebaran who came through, but it was awfully close between Reuben Arthur and Theo Entoinen for that second automatic qualifying position. And I think just on the replay it looks as though Reuben Arthur it is who took that second automatic qualification position. Another message which is coming through the Twitter stream that we have playing. Mark Dobson would like to wish good luck to Jake Young, who will be contesting the under 15 boys 800 metres. He'll be representing Colchester Harriers. That final's later on today. So under 20 men semi-final 2. In lane 1 we have Joshua Billington of the City of Stoke AC. Lane 2 is Daniel Walsh of Longwood Harriers AC. Lane 3 is Ronnie Wells of Taunton AC. Lane 4 is Roy Ejijaku of Sale Harriers Manchester. Lane 5 is John Ottugade of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Lane 6 is Elliot Hurley of Leeds City AC. Lane 7 is James Olaskin Konami of Thames Valley Harriers, and in lane 8 Caleb Downs of Rugby and Northampton. Potential strong focus in the middle 2 lanes 4 and 5. Roy Ejijaku, last year's English Schools 100 metre champion and a member of the British athletics team at the European Junior Championships, and John Ottugade, who's currently ranked 2nd on the UK rankings for this discipline in 2014 with a lifetime best of 6.73. Certainly also Elliot Hurley, also notable long jumper. He was very impressive in his heats earlier on, so he could maybe figure. It's Billington, Walsh, Wells, Ejijaku, Ottugade, Hurley, Alistair Kanemi and Downs. And it just by the looks of it, sorry, just when I'm looking up there, Ottugade does not start in this semi-final. So the UK number 2 does not start. The very first time of asking, Elliot Hurley got a fantastic start on the outside, and Ronnie Wells and Roy Ejijaku. Elliot Hurley it is, I think, who causes a bit of a surprise there to come through and take semi-final 2. The clock stops at an unconfirmed 6.87, and I'm pretty sure that was Elliot Hurley, the Leeds City AC athlete, who took victory there. It was close between Wells and Ejijaku for the second place. We'll have a look on the replay. It's Elliot Hurley and maybe Roy Ejijaku, the Sale Harriers Manchester athlete, just edges out Ronnie Wells for that second automatic qualification position. 3 now for the under 20 men. The lineup is as follows. In lane 1 we have Luke Townsend of Rugby and Northampton AC. Lane 2 is Kane Wright of Knee Valley Harriers. Lane 3 is J. Rodzer of Derby AC. Lane 4 is Joseph Dewar of Woodford Green and Essex Ladies. Lane 5 is Marvin Poopler of Herne Hill Harriers. Lane 6 Rakeem Patterson of Winterslowian and Hounslow. Lane 7 Daniel Truman of Stroud AC. And in lane 8 Elliot Prendergast of Bristol and West AC. In terms of the opening round performance, with Rodiza, Dewar, Poopler and Patterson all clocking in the low 6.9 region. So we only can have 2 athletes to guarantee automatic qualification, so we'd expect it to come between those 4. We've already seen Edinburgh and Arthur, Ejijaku and Hurley confirm automatic qualification, who will be the final 2 athletes to do so for this under 20 men's final. Patterson got a very good start, but also Poopler and Dewar's going to come through to take it. It was awfully close on the line there. It was potentially as close as we maybe predicted. Sorry for not calling this a little bit too late there, but it was Dewar who was comfortably clear. He stopped the clock, unconfirmed winning time is 6.83, but it was a bit of a mass blanket finish there for that second automatic qualifying position, with Marvin Poopler, Rakeem Patterson and also Razare of Derby athletes also in contention. And it may be as though Poopler, I think, might just have the verdict, but we'll leave the officials to decide that categorically. Completes the 60 metre semi-final stage, so we eagerly anticipate the finals. And Steve Allen has already got in touch via Twitter that he believes that Kessie is favourite to win the under 17 men's title. Maybe a Harrow AC fellow compatriot there predicting from the little cues on his Twitter tag, but certainly it's going to be a fantastic end to day one with those 60 metre finals. So in terms of the focus for the track now, we move up to the under 20 women's 400 metre heats. There are 3 heats in total, and it's the first athlete across the line to book automatic qualification through to the final, which will take place today at 7:15 p.m. and they will be joined by the 3 fastest losers. In lane 1 is Mary Martin of Enfield and Haringey. Lane 2 is Lavelia Nielsen, who also of Enfield and Haringey. Lane 3 is Georgina Greenwood of Worcestershire AC. Lane 4, English Schools champion Holly Turner of Brighton and Hove AC. Lane 5, the Southern champion Shona Richards of Winterslowen and Hounslow. And in Lane 6, Lily Beckford of London and Heathside Runners. And we've already been called back there, so I wasn't quite sure if anything's been adjudged of a faulty start. So I think Mary Martin there in lane 1 just indicating she was having a little difficulty hearing the starters' orders, so just making that aware to the officials. So it's a green card as we go again now. So just to remind you, it's Martin, Nielsen, Greenwood, Turner, Richards and Beckford. 2 laps of the track, the first 170 metres running lanes, when all athletes will then break for the inside. Certainly Shona Richards, the fastest on paper with a personal best of 55.24, was a finalist at last year's European Junior Under 20 400 metre hurdles competition, and she's already up on the outside of Lily Beckford and beginning to make some good inroads, but she's also bringing Nielsen with her on a very inside, so it's those two who are going to be clear away at the halfway point as we go through. They hear the bell, it hits in 26.19, so he's certainly very quick at the halfway mark. So Shona Richards, the Winterslowen and Hounslow athlete, beginning to control this one now. It's fantastic running here from Lavelia Nielsen, certainly outranked with this one. Holly Turner, who we're expecting to figure at the moment, is struggling to keep up with this, but out in front it's Shona Richards, looking comfortable, looking as though she's controlling this one all the way through to the finish. Turner's making a late run through for second, but no doubt about the winner. It is Richards, who stops the clock at an unconfirmed 55.51. Under 17 men's Scottish 60 metre record being under threat. We've just had it confirmed by Eleanor Tyndall, who I can only assume is some relative of Cameron Tyndall, that he in that semi-final equalled the Scottish record and improved his lifetime best to 7.01. So we've already seen an equal Scottish record at this weekend already. For the under 20 women's 400 metres. In lane 2 is the Midland champion, which is Amy Hilliard of Birchfield Harriers. Lane 3 is one of last year's finalists, Olivia Caesar of Winterslowen and Hounslow. Lane 4 is Alice Mansfield of Liverpool Harriers. Lane 5 is last year's 800 metre champion in the under 20 age group, stepping down to the 400 metres this year. That's Lauren Bleaken. She's currently ranked second on the 20 2014 rankings for this age group. And in lane 6 is Katie White of Tonbridge AC. So it was a mightily impressive display from Shona Richards in that opening heat. On paper, we'd expect Amy Hilliard with a lifetime best of 55.45 and Lauren Bleaken with a personal best of 54.66 to be duking it out for that pole position. Tactics are awfully key with just one automatic qualification position. Getting to the break and pacing yourself successfully over the 400 metres is crucial. And they're away here, and certainly Lauren Bleaken I can see on the outside beginning to make inroads on Katie White, to her outside, the Tonbridge athlete, and Bleaken looks to go past, but also moving very well as Olivia Caesar, the Windsor Sloughing and Hounslow athlete. And it's going to be close here as we come into the break. Certainly Bleaken, Caesar and Hilliard are all looking in contention, but it looks as though Bleaken it is, the team Bath athlete, she's going to lead at the halfway mark. They go through in 26.07. So as we talked about, Bleaken has always shown great form indoors, multiple 800 metre champions, so she's going to have the strength potentially, and she looks as though she's beginning to pull away from the opposition here. We hit the 300 metre point, and there's clear daylight between Lauren Bleaken, Caesar it is in second, and Hilliard who's in third. And there's no doubting now that it is Bleaken who's going to book the automatic qualification through to the final. Very impressive display there from Lauren Bleaken. It looks like Hilliard comes through for the second place. The clock stops at 56.21, unconfirmed. So just to reiterate, Lauren Bleaken it is, a Team Bath AC takes the automatic qualification place for the final. women's heats in the 400 metres. In lane 2 we have May Thompson of Kingston AC and Polly Harriers. Lane 3 is Freya Bradshaw of Scunthorpe and District AC. Lane 4 is Nicole McKetchenine of Chelmsford AC. Lane 5 is Emily Borthwick of Wigan and District AC. And in lane 6 is Charisse Hilton of Blackheath and Bromley. Swept the board last year in terms of 300 metre national titles, winning here in the under-17 age group in the 300 metres, and then outdoors at the English schools, national 3As and UK school games. Moving up to the 400 metres, has a lifetime best of 54.58, so certainly we'd expect her, and maybe a biggest competition will come from Nicole McKetchenine of Chelmsford, who's in lane 4. So Hilton, another member of this very talented Blackheath and Bromley sprinting club. already seen a twin sister in action over the 60 metre distance, so we'll see what Charisse does over the longer 400 metres. As we say, very accomplished over last year in the 300 metres and looking equally to be as dominant over 400 metres. And there's very big daylight as we head into the halfway point. She hits it in the clicky split so far, 25.74 at the halfway mark. So she's clear distance between Nicole McEtchin. The others need to continue chasing though, because fastest losers places, there are 3 positions available, but at the moment there's no doubt who's number 1 in this third and final heat of the women's 400 metres, and that's Charisse Hilton of Blackheath and Bromley. She's cruising away from the opposition, but Nicole McEtchin is certainly chasing very hard. It is Hilton who's going to stop the clock at an unconfirmed 56.40, easing up at the line, books automatic qualification through to today's final. And it was Nicole McEtchin who was the second placed athlete, so leading the fastest losers from semi-final 3. Until heat 5 to see Seb in action, but just getting that good luck shout in from Ryan Lee, so thanks for the message, Ryan. For the under 20 men in the 400 metres. In lane 1 we have Lamiko Thomas of Sale Harriers Manchester. Lane 2 is Alex Cooper of Rotherham Harriers AC. Lane 3 is James Finney of Leeds AC. Lane 4 is Liam Hebblethwaite of City of Stoke AC. Lane 5 is Samuel Kitchen of Brighton and Phoenix. And in lane 6 Paul Murphy of Ferrybank AC. So Murphy with a lifetime best of 48.50 and Hebblethwaite 49.66. The only athletes to go inside 50 seconds. We'd expect them 2 as we expected through the halfway mark in 23.77. Murphy looks to attack down the outside, but Hebblethwaite eases up the gears just slightly just to maintain that pole position, so he's looking to control it. This is very impressive running from the City of Stoke athlete. Murphy still in his, but he's coming under pressure for that second automatic qualification, please. As the athlete on the outside, that looks like it's James Finney who's making a very good run, and it's Hebblethwaite maybe on the line also as well. It's going to actually, Hebblethwaite's going to get run out of it, unfortunately. It was actually incorrect. It was Alex Cooper who came through, and it looks as though Paul Murphy it was who snatched that second automatic qualification position, and unfortunately Liam Hebblethwaite, who looked so good for so long, unfortunately does not get an automatic qualifying position, so he'll have to wait and see if he's done enough in terms of the fastest losers position. But big kudos there to Alex Cooper, who seemed to pace that race awfully well. Laid off the early pace, but certainly came through like a train in that closing 100 metres. And fair play to Paul Murphy, who regained composure to come through to snatch that second automatic qualification place from Hebblethwaite. We're just doing the presentation for the under-17 men's triple jump. The bronze medal goes to Jack Dearden.
13 metres 90. Sale Harriers Manchester, Kevin Metzger.
And Kevin Metzger it is who takes the silver medal for the Sale Harriers Manchester club.
And our champion with a series of personal bests here today, up to 13 metres 98. From Sutton and District, Jacob Virappa.
And Jacob Draper of the Sutton and District Club, he takes the gold medal.
Because I was changing the barrel.
Yeah, so no, I just there's some. So just another message coming through from Twitter. It's from the Wrexham Athletics Club, and that big congratulations to Tom Wally, who broke the club triple jump record with a leap of 12 metres and 60 today at the competition. So well done, Tom. We'll now quickly divert our attention to the under-17 men's 60 metres final. The lineup in lane 1 is Ismail Abdul Karim of Herne Hill Harriers. Lane 2 is Michael Olsen of Edinburgh AC. Lane 3 is Raquel Miller of Hercules Wimbledon. Lane 4 is Joe McGrath of Doncaster AC. Lane 5 is Cameron Little of Bexley AC. Lane 6 is Kessie Olideu of Harrow AC. Lane 7 is Rico Ewer of Rugby and Northampton. And in Lane 8 is Cameron Tyndall of Edinburgh AC. So Olideu it is who sits at the top of the UK rankings. We're away cleanly and Olideu gets a good start, but Tyndall on the outside, Olideu, we're also on the Miller from through. It was all very close there. It was very close. It was difficult to give out a conclusively there, but the clock stops unconfirmed at 6.97. It looked as though Raquel Miller of the Hercules Wimbledon came through for the gold, and it was maybe Cameron Tilden and Kessie Olideu who was through the silver and bronze medals. Looking back on the replay, it's very tough to tell, but certainly Miller it was for gold. Maybe Tyndall, who might have gone inside 7 seconds there to improve that Scottish record to take silver. And Kessie Olideu, the UK #1, it looks like he's maybe got the bronze on the dip.
First two heat.
So after the under 7. So now we move on to the ladies for the under 17 60 metre final. In lane 1 is Hannah Williams of Hearts Phoenix AC. Lane 2 is Jill Cherry of Shettleston Harriers. Lane 3 is Hannah Brea. She was second last year, has broken the Welsh record here earlier today, was 7.53 in the semi-final. Lane 4, Megan Mars of the City of Lisbon. Lane 5, Jazz Crawford of Blackheath and Bromley. Lane 6, Maya Bruni, also of Blackheath and Bromley, who was 4th in this event last year. Lane 7, Charlotte Patterson of Kingston upon Hull AC, the Northern champion. And in Lane 8, last year's under 15 champion from Ireland is Molly Scott. So we've already seen, particularly in that under 17 men, how close it's going to be. Dips are crucial. They're away cleanly in the first time of asking. Breyer certainly got out well, but also Bruni and Crawford as well. Breyer maybe on the very inside. Looks as though Hannah Breyer, the Welsh athlete, comes through to take the gold medal. The clock stops unconfirmed at 7:54, and it was certainly Bruni and Crawford, the Blackheath Harriers athletes, who were contesting the second and third place positions. We'll have a look at the replay there, but definitely Hannah Breyer, the Welsh athlete, been in superb form. Looks as though she struck gold here in this championships. Definitely confirmed there. Looks as though Bruni who takes the silver medal, and it's Crawford who takes the bronze. So 2 medals for Blackheath there. So just another message coming in through social media, and that's from the Sutton and District AC Club, and they're putting out a big shout out to their champion, which is Jacob Veerdiep, who's the national indoor triple jump champion with a leap of 13.98. Further message of support also coming on from Crawley AC, and this time it's to Lily Franks. She took second in the under 15 girls high jump, setting a new club record of 162. So well done Crawley, Lily, on the behalf of Crawley AC. So we move up the age group to the under 20 ladies. The fine up, a really impressive field, but arguably there's one standout. We'll quickly go through the lineup. In lane 1, local girl Christy Edwards last year's English schools champion over 100 metres. Lane 2, Finette Agipong of Newham and Essex Beagles AC. Lane 3, Dina Asher-Smith of Blackheath and Bromley, defending champion, going for her 4th consecutive national indoor 60 metre title. Lane 4, Shannon Hilton, also of Blackheath and Bromley, last year's under 17 champion. Lane 5, Amma Pippi of Enfield and Haringey. Lane 6, Vivian Olatunje of Blackheath and Bromley. Lane 7, Tamara Miller of Brat AC Club. And in Lane 8, Danny Walker of Birchfield Harriers. So we saw from Dina Asher-Smith a sensational performance in the semi-final, stopping the clock, improving on a championship record which he's set in the heats, taking it down now to 7.22. Can she go even quicker? How quickly can Hilton go? She's arguably maybe the second placed athlete. Asher-Smith gets out awfully well. She's bringing Hilton with her, but Asher-Smith's got clear daylight back from Hilton. Asher-Smith's going to stake it. She stops the clock unconfirmed at 7.22. It was Shannon Hilton ensures it to Blackheath and Bromley 1-2. It was as we expected. It was a dominant performance from Dina Asher-Smith and ultra consistency, being able to clock such impressive times when there's not really that much direct. We'll have another look at the replay just to see if we can tie up the bronze medal position, but Dina Asher-Smith, certainly in the first 10 metres, out to an electric start, clear daylight. Shannon Hilton beginning to chase down, and I think maybe it's going to be potentially a clean sweep for Blackheath on the medals. It was Vivian Olentenju and Amma Pippi awfully close on the line for that bronze medal, but we'll maybe have a look to wait to see for the confirmed time. Unofficially it was 7.22, which she has ran twice already this season, but some of the times have been rounded down, so maybe it is a further improvement on a lifetime best for Dina Asher-Smith. But that's irrespective. She's got the goal that she came for. It is four national indoor 60 metre titles in a row, so 2 as an under 17 and now 2 as an under 20. We'll look to confirm back to you the winning time exactly. So to close these series of 60 metre finals, it's going to be the turn of the under 20 men. In lane 1 we have Ronnie Wells of Taunton AC. In lane 2, last year's under-17 champion Ruben Arthur representing Enfield and Haringey. Lane 3, Udgy Edinburgh, Shaftesbury Barnet AC, top of the UK rankings and second last year, so no doubt he's targeting a gold medal. Lane 4, Joseph Dewar of Woodford Green and Essex Ladies. Lane 5, Elliot Hurley of Leeds AC, the long jumper who's been in very impressive form, revised his personal best to 6.85 in the semi-final. He's the Northern champion as well. Lane 6, Theo Etienne of Hercules and Wimbledon. Lane 7, Marvin Pupula of Herne Hill Harriers. And in lane 8, Roy Ejijaku, Sale Harriers Manchester, last year's English Schools 100 metre champion. So the athletes under starters orders.
Just holding the race just a moment.
Very great range of styles and backgrounds here. We've got long jumpers, we've got tall athletes, we've got bulky athletes. Good mixture. All done very well to make it through to this final stage, but now it's the business end. There's certainly some athletes in here who have been targeting at least a medal at this championships. And for Edinburgh, it's hard to believe that he wasn't looking for anything other than a gold medal off the back of placing second last year. He's in lane 3, has a Middlesex vest on with a yellow and purple. So it looks like we're just having a little delay on the start of this race here. A couple of the athletes taking opportunity to reset the marks, have a little stride out. It's clearly a very tense atmosphere. Certainly goes without saying, but over 60 metres there's limited scope for if any form of a mistake. You have to run the ideal race if you want to get the perfect end result. So just a momentarily pause, but we look to set to get underway now here for the under 20 men's 2014 60 metre final. Just to remind you, from the inside we have Wells, Arthur, Edinburgh, Dewar, Hurley, Etienne, Pupula and Ejijaku. No, Ronnie Wells in lane 1 clearly raising his hand, saying he's not quite happy with his start. Seems to be a slight issue with his blocks there. He's just confirming that with the officials. But further adds to the drama. Any athletes who were slightly nervous, those tension will be growing. But it is something athletes do need to be accustomed to, competing on the biggest stage in high pressure environments. You have to be prepared for whatever may come and not let it distract your attention from the main objective. So we go again. Each athlete now begins to take the set start position. Wells, Arthur, Edinburgh, Dewar, Hurley, Etienne, Pupula and Ejijaku. Lane 3, Udgy Edinburgh, last year's silver medalist, but I've been very impressed with Joseph Dewar on his outside in lane 4. I was about to say they got off cleanly there, but Elliot Hurley potentially, I think it was, the Leeds City athlete, he looked to have the quickest of the starts. It's certainly very close, but the instant head back from Hurley gave the impression that he knew potentially had fallen foul there of a full start. It would be a disappointing end to the Leeds City athlete who's been having a fantastic championship. As we've pointed out, further improved his lifetime best to 6.85 in the semi-final stage. So certainly he may have felt an outside shot of maybe a bronze medal could be at stake here. His head's hung down low, not wanting to make eye contact with the officials. We'll wait to see what the verdict is. And we're waiting there. And unfortunately, as predicted there, Elliot Hurley, the Leeds City athlete, Northern champion, has been disqualified. So he will not contest this final. Bitter disappointment. He will be back tomorrow in the long jump. But I'm sure he wanted a medal here in the 60 metres. So now we're down to 7. And again, further playing torment with everyone's nerves. Many anxious coaches and parents, no doubt, in the stands and at home watching. We have Wells, Arthur, Ejibaran, Diwar, Etienne, Pupala and Ejijaku. We're away cleanly now, and Diwar's got a great start. Ejiban needs to run him down, but Diwar's looking very good all the way through. Diwar, it is maybe on the line, certainly on the dip, but it looks as though Diwar, who clutches his hamstring, may have got it. The clock stops unconfirmed at 6.74, and Ejiban, I think it was, who came through for the silver medal, but no, potentially Joseph Diwar's upset the form guide there. He's currently clutching his hamstring. Hopefully he's alright, but we'll have a look at the replay to confirm, but I'm pretty sure it was. In the very middle of the screen, in a red vest, Woodford Green and Essex Lazy, Joseph Diwar got out to a great start. Ejiban was attacking him all the way into the line, but I think certainly on the dip, a very good dip there from Diwar to get the gold medal from Ejiban. So for 2 years in a row, it's Ejiban who takes the silver. And I think maybe Roy Ejijaku had a sensational performance out in lane 8. He may have just snuck the bronze medal, but we'll wait for the official result on that one. So we'll probably look to check in a little more detail with some of the field events. In the under 17 men's high jump, the bar is currently at 1 metre and 81, and likewise in the under 17 men's pole vault, the bar is currently sitting at 3 metres and 80. So that was just Ben Maguire of Central AC, who goes clear at 181 in the high jump. So the gold medals are coming thick and fast on the track now as we prepare for the under 15 boys 300 metres, which will be a straight final. The 6 athletes in total. In lane 1 we have Joss Moffat of Rushcliffe AC. Lane 2 is the Midland champion, which is Jack Woodward of Leicester Corentanians AC. Lane 3 is Blaine Lewis Shallow of Reading AC. Lane 4 is Femi Secchi of Newham and Essex Beagles AC. Lane 5 is Chenna Oku, the Southern champion and UK number 1 from Decorum and Tring. And in lane 6, Joseph Massimo of Crawley AC. Certainly, Akko, the Decorum and Tring athlete, has 35.84 as his lifetime best, so the undoubted firm favourite heading into this competition. His nearest competitor potentially on paper is Joseph Massimo of Crawley AC, who has a lifetime best of 37.44. Interesting to keep an eye on the championship best, which currently is held by Owen Richardson, set last year of course at 36.85. I've got a strong feeling that if Chenna does this right, he could clearly revise that mark here today. So the athletes currently under starters orders. So just to remind you, Moffat, Woodward, Lewis Shallow, Secchi, Oku and Massimo. It is a relatively new addition to this championship. The first time last year when the 300 metre distance was contested by the under 15 boys. And we're away cleanly for the first time. And Occo, as predicted, is going out very strong and aggressively. He is attacking Massimo on his outside. We enter into the bell and he's immediately just within metres of Massimo. So certainly looks as though these two are going to be straight out there in terms of gold medal contention. So Uchenna Occo, Decorum and Tring is going for it, all guns out for the gold medal. Certainly in bronze medal at the moment is Femi Secco, but out in front, Uchenna Eshako of Decorum and Tring is powering away from this. He's bringing Joseph Massimo with him. Just to keep an eye on the clock, it's Uchenna Oku who stops the clock unconfirmed at 36.56. It was Joseph Massimo who came through for second, and it was Femi Secchi, the Newham and Essex Beagles athlete, who came through for that bronze medal. The championship record, once confirmed, looks to be set to have been revised again. Next up in the high jump will be Keith Marks with the bar at 1 metre and 88 for the Irish athlete.
774, Hugo Fleming, and 876, Daniel Neal.
It just looks like we're having a slight delay there before the high jump competition resumes, so we'll divert attention back to the track now for the 800 metres. The under 20 men it will be, and there'll be 3 heats. The first athlete in each heat will gain automatic qualification, and there'll be the 3 fastest losers who'll qualify through to tomorrow's final at 1:05. In heat 1, lane 1, we have Juan Dalalzer of Bracknell AC. Lane 2 is Nicholas Landy of Ealing, Southall and Middlesex. Lane 3 is Ted Nobidsky of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Lane 4 is James McCarthy of Cheltenham AC. Lane 5 is John Ball of Glasgow School of Sport. Lane 6 is Hugo Fleming of Walton AC. And in lane 7 is Daniel Neal of Preston Harriers. So the quickest on paper is Nicholas Landau in lane 2. The distinctive green Ealing and Southall Middlesex vest. He has ran 1 minute and 51 previously, so we'd expect him to figure, but tactics are obviously going to be very key. Just the first place across the line to guarantee automatic qualification, and at the moment out in front looks to be Daniel Neal of Preston Harriers as they go through the opening 200 metres. A very quickish 26 seconds, and apology, it was Hugo Fleming the Walton AC athlete. He looks to be taking him through, and Lando, as we expected, the quickest on paper. He's the closest challenger. But certainly Hugo Fleming making a very bold and strong determined move here early on. A very fast pace, it's single file all throughout pretty much, and he approaches through 400 metres and he's not slowed that much. 53.48 here at 400 metres. That's very fast running. Hugo Fleming, who has a lifetime best of 1 minute and 53 seconds. He may struggle a little bit over this second half of the race, but we'll have to wait and see. Certainly now he's becoming under a little bit more pressure from Nicholas Landau. He's beginning to close that gap. The Ealing, Southall and Middlesex athlete moving up onto Fleming's shoulder, and as we go through 600 metres he looks as though he goes past, so he's looking to take pole position into the last 200 metres. 122.82 at 600, so they have slowed over that in the last 200 metres, and it is now Nicholas Landau is beginning to pull away. Unfortunately Hugo Fleming looks to have gone far too hard too early on in this race, and it's the first place who guarantees automatic qualification. Landau's already looking over his shoulder, so a very impressive run here from the southern athlete. Green vest, orange spikes. Fleming's fading quite badly, and there's a late surge here coming through from James McCarthy to maybe just take seconds. I hope as though Landau didn't ease up too much there. The winning time unconfirmed, 154.22. I'm pretty sure it was Landau who got it just on the line from James McCarthy. So we're just doing the presentation for the under 17 ladies 60 metres. The bronze went to Jazz Crawford of Blackheath and Bromley. And Mary Booney, it was also making it a double podium for the Blackheath club, taking the silver. And it's the Welsh athlete Hannah Breyer who struck under 17 gold. For the under 15 girls, It's Sheffield's Billy Joe Harris who takes the bronze medal. So for the second year, she walks away with the bronze. It was awfully close for the gold. And Charlotte Webster Tape with a new lifetime best of 7.76. She took silver medal. And Vera Chilindu, time with the same time, 7.76, but on the photo finish, she was given the verdict. So she's your national under 15 60 metre champion. So we're just picking up the under 17 men's presentation. Cameron Tyndall confirmed in silver medal position, the first Scottish athlete ever to go under 7 seconds. And Reckneil Miller it is, who's your 2014 under 17 60 metre champion. So now we move to Heat 2 for the under 20 men's in the 800 metres. In lane 1 we have Michael Constate of Notts AC. Lane 2 Spencer Thomas, currently ranked 3rd on the UK rankings of Phoenix AC. Lane 3 Ben Topley of Birchfield Harriers. Lane 4 Timothy Cobden of Cambridge and College. Also in lane 4 is James Hatton of Leicester Corritanians. Lane 5 is Ben Hawkins of Taunton. And in lane 6 Theo Blundell of Birchfield Harriers, who's last year's 20th English schools champion over the distance. So as on cue, Theo Blundell straight to the front, looking to control this one. The pace not looking as quick as we saw in that opening heat from Fleming. They've maybe learned a little. Obviously pacing is very key, and it's Blundell who's out in front, takes them through the opening 200 metres in 27.28 seconds, and it's Timothy Cobden, the Cambridge and College athlete, who's currently on his shoulder. But Blundell was a big improver over the 800 metres last year. He'd previously been a 400 metre man, but has made the successful transition up to 800 metres and captivated that, more than justified that move, was capturing the English schools title last year. As they're coming through to the 400 metre point now, as they go through in 57.14, so we have slowed slightly over that second 200 metres, and Blundell sees that as his cue to start to stretch it out. So as just to remind you all, it's just one automatic qualification place up for grabs here, and Theo Blundell of Birchfield is beginning to move away, but that move's being covered by Spencer Thomas, the Phoenix athlete, currently ranked number 3 on the UK rankings, as he's ran 1 minute and 53 seconds indoors already. So he's going to make Blundell work hard over this last 200 metres, but those two are clear. 1:25.64 at 600 metres, but Blundell looks thoroughly in control of this. The Birchfield Harrier beginning to stretch out down the back straight. Spencer Thomas is not giving up though, he's beginning to work hard. There obviously is 3 fastest losers places up for grabs for the final, but there's no doubt about the winner here. Theo Blundell putting on a masterclass in terms of how to execute a heat. Led from the front, controlled it throughout, stops the clock unconfirmed at 1:52.38. Spencer Thomas it is who comes through for the second place there, but that was mightily impressive there from Theo Blundell. So we have Lewis Maguire next up, Central AC, with the bar at 191 in the under-17 men's high jump. And he's unfortunately not at the first attempts of trying. He does have a lifetime best of 198, so this is something that's within his grasp, but it's going to take at least 2 attempts for him. And just on the presentation, I did predict earlier, unfortunately wrongly, that it was a Blackheath and Bromley clean sweep of the under-20 women's podium, but Amma Pippi it was who came through for the bronze medal. Shannon Hilton it was who took second for Blackheath Bromley. And 7.20, so we were waiting for that confirmation. Dina Asher-Smith further rewriting the record books here today, taking that championship record down further. So in the heats, semi-final and final, she revised that, and it currently stands at 7.20. It's gold for Dina on day one. She'll be back tomorrow for the 200 metres, no doubt looking to emulate the same result. So the last heat for the 800 metres under 20 men. In lane 1 we have James Salisbury of Preston Harriers. Lane 2 is Scott Greaves of the City of Norwich. Lane 3 is Nick Armstrong of Bexley AC. He's joined by teammate and training partner in lane 4, Joseph O'Hara, also of Bexley AC, currently ranked 4th on the UK rankings, having clocked 1 minute and 52 seconds already indoors this year. Lane 5 is Adam Wright of Rugby and Northampton, and in lane 6 is Andrew Warden of Cornwall AC. So Theo Blundell has clearly earmarked himself as potentially the early favourite for this title, with a very impressive display in Heat 2. We'll have a look to see what Heat 3 has to offer. At the moment, necessarily not a keen leader, but it looks like it's one of the Bexley athletes in that distinctive orange vest. I'll look out to pick it out more clearly, and it is Joseph O'Hara. He's the fastest in the field. He takes the lead as they go through 200 metres around about 28-29 seconds. He's slowly followed by Andrew Warden of Cornwall AC, so that's your top 2. The rest of the field beginning to be strung out. So Joseph O'Hara it is. Bexley Harriers beginning to stretch away just slightly. So clearly seeing the message from Blundell, I'm the quickest on paper, I'll try and make this as easy as possible for me, run at a sustainable pace which I can live with, so it ensures no late challenges as we go through the halfway point. 57.32, so similar again to Heat 2. Joseph O'Hara looking comfortable out there. He's got around about 3 metres back to Andrew Warden of Cornwall AC, and then it's the City of Norwich's Scott Greaves who's back in 3rd, but Greaves now moves up into 2nd, so maybe he'll look to challenge O'Hara over this last lap. But going into just over 200 metres to go, slow, it's O'Hara from Greaves. Looks like the automatic position's going to be decided between those two. 1:26.05 at 600 metres, so he's slowed ever so slightly, and Scott O'Hara's going to come under a little bit of pressure here from Scott Greaves now. So Joseph O'Hara it is, but Joseph O'Hara's maintaining strong. He's looking good form here. Scott Greaves not giving up on it though. He's going to make him run all the way hard into the line. The City of Norwich AC athlete is coming up on his shoulder, but Joseph O'Hara has enough in reserve to hold him off to take automatic qualification. Greaves it is who comes through for the 2nd position. The clock stops at an unconfirmed 1:54.09, so very good running from Joseph O'Hara. Scott Greaves applied the pressure early on. Maybe he'll be rewarded with one of those fastest losers positions. So that was Ocean Swartz of Holland Sports going clear at 1 metre and 91. And Jordan Thompson, unfortunately, he bows out now at 1 metre and 91, having 3 failures. So back to the track. Under 17 men's 800 metre heats, 3 heats, the first in each race, and the 3 fastest losers will progress through to tomorrow's final, which takes place at 1 p.m. I'll quickly run you through the lineup as soon as the athletes have got underway. So we have from the inside Oliver Shard of Team Bath, Jay Hornbury of Stockport Harriers, Niall Unger of Windsor Slough and Hounslow, Archie Rippon of Milton Keynes, Billy Black of Herne Hill, Edward Olsen, the Southern Champion of Herne Hill, and Thomas Lake of City of Norwich. So the early leader is 811, which is Jay Hornbury. He's gone inside 2 minutes before, but he's just been challenged as we speak by 890, which is Edwin Olsen, who's the fastest in the field with a lifetime best of 1 minute and 56 seconds. So immediately beginning to stamp his class on authority on this opposition, opening up a clear bit of daylight as we go through 300 metres. So Edward Olsen in those red and black hoops of the Herne Hill Harriers Club. He also has his teammate and training partner Billy Black in this race as well. But out in front we go through the halfway point, and 58.85. Olsen leads, but now looks as though the gap has been slightly closed behind him. Athletes beginning to make a slight little bit more inroads into him. It looks as though it's Archie Rippon, the Milton Keynes club. But no doubt out in front it's all about Edward Olsen. As we pointed out, has a lifetime best of 156, so the current pace that we're operating in will be more within his comfort zone. And Oliver Shard of Team Bath, he's in second place, but it's a distant second at the moment. So just to confirm, there's only one automatic qualification place up for grabs, and that looks to be going to Edward Olsen. So the battle on for fastest losers places will remain behind him, but Olsen can just relax and sit back and adjust. He knows he's comfortably through to tomorrow's final, where no doubt he'll be shooting for gold. He stops the clock at an unconfirmed 2 minutes exactly, .43. And Oliver Shard comes through for second, and it was Billy Black who came through for the third position there. So we just got a message in through social media, and that's from Beth Sharkey, and she's looking forward to it. Niall Geraghty, who goes for Hales Owen, he is competing in Heat 3 for the under 17 men's 800 metres. We've just seen Matthew Lally go clear at 194 in the high jump on the second time of asking. So very good clearance there for the athlete who placed second in the Southern Championships earlier on this year. Next up is Keith Marks of Ireland. Very quick and aggressive into the bar. Impressive performance there from Keith Marks. So he also joins the group who've now gone clear at 1 metre and 94. And also you will see that there are the under 17 men's triple jump and pole vault finals going on as well, so we'll look to tap into those wherever possible. But next up on the track is Heat 2 for the under 17 men's 1800 metres. From the inside we have Charlie Sillett of Ealing, Southall and Middlesex, Jack Rodwell of the Disc Club, Joel Mann of City of Stoke AC, Esser Ahmed, the Northern Champion of Hallamshire Harriers, James Longsdale of Worksop Harriers, and Henry Johnson of Durham City Harriers. So it's just the first placed athlete to guarantee automatic qualification. It looks like Henry Johnson in that distinctive orange vest, the Durham City Harriers athlete. He goes to the front, but he's quickly overtaken. There's no hanging around there, and it looks as though it's Jack Rodwell now who comes through to take the lead. The DIS athlete takes us through the 200 metres in around about 28 seconds. So it's Rodwell who leads from Johnson, from Mann. That's your current top three. So one automatic qualification position up for grabs. Currently way back to the rear of the field is Esser Ahmed, the Northern Champion, who's renowned for very exceptional closing speed. He likes to leave it late, and he's currently at the back of the field now as we come to 400 metres. And it's Jack Rodwell still leads as he goes through in 60 seconds, 0.11, and that instigates Johnson to move around him to go into the lead now. So the Durham City athlete is back out in front, and Esser Ahmed, who was one of the likely favourite, he seems to be well out of this at the moment. There's far too much for him to do, surely. So we'll focus back out into the front. It's Johnson who leads from Mann. So it's Durham City and City of Stoke currently in the 1-2 positions, with the DIS athlete Jack Rodwell in third, and also hanging in there is also Charles Silliott, and Joel Mann comes in. But as we talked about, Esser Ahmed has kicking in. Has he left it too late? He's got an almighty challenge ahead of him if he thinks he's whipping himself to gain momentum, but I do feel as though he's left it far too late. Joel Mann's out in front. Joel Mann, the City of Stoke athlete, he's a class act on his own. He has ran 2 minutes himself, and before Esser Ahmed's got in the crowd going, but it's going to be too late, I think. Joel Mann's coming on, but it's coming back at him, and it's actually Jack Rodwell who takes it on the line, winning time unconfirmed, 2 minutes 0.98. So Jack Rodwell of the DIS Club takes the automatic qualification position. Joel Mann it was of City of Stoke in second place, and Esser Ahmed unfortunately left himself far too much to do in third. We're just confirming the presentation for the under 20 men's 60 metres. It was Roy Ejijaku who did take that bronze medal. OG Ediburin who took the silver medal. And your 2014 champion with a new live team best of 6.71 is Joseph Dewar. Equal UK leading performance, heavily strapped hamstring for his efforts, but no doubt softened by the blow that he'll be walking home, or maybe limping home, with the gold medal. But in terms of the track, last heat for the under 17 men's 800 metres. I'll currently run you through the lineup. We have Max David Butler of the Grantham and District AC, Niall Gregerty of Hales Owen AC, Jonathan Burrell of Kingston upon Hull, Dominic Taylor of Taunton AC, Henry Lucas of Wigan and District, currently on rank 3 on the UK Lancrins, and 6 in the very outside is Jethro McDraw of Amber Valley. Niall Gregerty it is, the Midland champion. So one automatic qualification place remains, and then there'll be 3 fastest losers to join tomorrow's final, scheduled for 1 PM. And Dominic Taylor, the Taunton AC, getting out very strongly quickly on. He's looking to take up the early lead, quickly being flanked by Henry Lucas and Jethro McGraw. But certainly a calm opening here. And Dominic Taylor it is who's beginning to take them round. Jethro McGraw is in second. They go through the opening 200 metres, 29.30 seconds. Niall Gregerty, the Hales Owen athlete, Midland champion, has ran 2 minutes and 1 second already indoors this season. He's currently occupying third position. But Taylor and McGraw, they're the two athletes who've gone inside 2 minutes before for 800 metres, so it's expected we would see them figure towards the fore of this race. And as they go through halfway, 400 metres, 61.54, so the slowest 400 metre splits thus far. It's not to say it won't get quicker over the second half of the race, but certainly Taylor now beginning to be challenged by McGraw for the lead. And it is Jethro McGraw of Amber Valley with a personal best of 1 minute and 56 who's beginning to take a good stranglehold onto this heat and look to secure that final automatic qualification place as he comes through 600 metres. Here's the bell, it's 1:32.18, and he's opened up clear daylight between him and the second and third place chasing athletes. So a very impressive display here over the second half of the race from Jethro McGraw from Amber Valley, really putting on the afterburners down the back straight, moving away from the field. Taylor's hanging on to second. It's Gerety who's still there in third, so fastest losers place is still up for grabs, but the slow early pace may rule these guys out. But McGraw confirms his automatic qualification, stops the clock unofficially at 2 minutes.91, and I think it was Gregerty who came through for second, just pipping Taylor on the line. So the under 15 boys 800 metres final is next up on the track. Straight final for these gentlemen. There is no heats. The lineup from your inside: Jake Young of Colchester Harriers, he's the Southern champion. In lane 2 is Keelan Wilson of Rotherham Harriers. Lane 3 is Thomas Evans of Wrexham AC. Lane 4, Jack Simpson, the Midland champion from Burton Athletics AC. And in lane 5, Mark Milner of Ireland. So it's the first endurance final of this weekend, and the gold medal for the under 15 boys will now be decided. Looking a little bit cagey early on, a lot of the athletes looking around each other, no one necessarily a keen leader, but it looks as though Keelan Wilson, the Rotherham Harriers and AC athlete, with a personal best of 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so he is the quickest on paper. He goes out into the front and goes through 200 metres in around about 31 seconds. So Keelan Wilson out in front. Mark Milner, the Irish athlete, currently occupying the silver medal position on his shoulder. But pretty much, other than the slightly at the back, you could probably throw a blanket over the field at the moment. We are still very early on, just under halfway, so still plenty of running. Big moves still yet to be made, and the current bronze medal is being occupied by Jack Simpson, but there's no change. It's still Wilson, leads from Milner, from Simpson, so they're the current medalists at the moment. So Wilson it is who's led from the off. Can he make it a gun to take victory? But looks as though Jack Simpson's beginning to make a move on the outside. But as we do so, Wilson begins to increase the pace at the front ever so slightly. And those 3 clear medalists now. So the medals will be decided between Wilson, Simpson and Milner as we head into the last 200 metres. They hear the bell. 1:37.58, and the Irish athlete Mark Milner uses that as his initiative to go. He's opening up a good bit of daylight here back to Keelan Wilson, the Rotherham athlete. So it looks as though the Irish athlete could be walking away with a gold medal here. He's moving down the back straight and beginning to open up further and further daylight back to Wilson, and it looks as though Simpson's looking there for the bronze medal. It's a very impressive closing speed from the Irish athlete, but he's going to come under pressure from Wilson in the closing stages. Wilson's coming back at him, and Wilson is going to come through to take the gold medal. So it is Keelan Wilson takes the title, winning time unconfirmed 2:07.75. Mark Milner of Ireland the silver medal, and the bronze medal goes to Jack Simpson of Burton Athletics Club. So Lewis Maguire it is of Central AC will take the bronze medal. He cleared 1:97, but unfortunately 2 metres was just a step too far for him. So we just have 2 athletes that remain in this under-17s men's high jump competition. So we're just catching up on the presentation for the under 15 boys 300 metres. Joseph Massimo who took the silver medal, and the champion with a new championship record, the fastest time ever by a UK under 15, 36.56, Chenna Oko of Dacorum and Tring. So next up on track will be the under 15 girls 800 metres final. A straight final. We potentially were scheduled in for heats, but there's only been sufficient numbers to warrant a straight final. I'll run you through the lineup quickly as I'll go through as we get underway. Emily Simpson of the City of Sheffield, Emma Alderson of Southport and Waterloo, Maddie Shaw of Herne Hill Harriers, Tilly Simpson of Hallamshire Harriers, Saskia Millard of Herne Hill Harriers, Alexa McTiffin of Sale Harriers, Casey Hillerman of Peterborough, and Sarah Jacob of Enfield and Haringey. Saskia Millard is the current UK number 1, but Emma Alderson is the Northern champion, so we'd expect those two to figure quite highly in this race. Come through early on, and it's Emma Alderson, the Northern champion, straight to the front. She's quickly being followed though by number 332, which is Sarah Jacob of the Enfield and Haringey Club. But Saskia Millard, the Herne Hill Harrier, current UK lead and the medalist early at such an early stage, are quite to see how the rest of the race pans out. But at the moment our leader is Emma Alderson, the Southport and Waterloo athlete. She was a gold medalist here at the Northern Championships at the same venue, so she's clearly after the national title here. She goes 88, so it's a very good pace that's been set here by Emma Alderson. It's Sarah Jacob, the Enfield and Haringey, in second place, and Saskia Millard of Herne Hill Harriers currently now moving into second place and beginning to challenge for the lead. The Southern champion takes on the Northern champion over the last 300 metres, and is also coming into contention for the bronze medal, as it looks as though Sarah Jacobs beginning to fade ever so slightly. It looks as though Tilly Simpson, the Hallamshire Harrier, is bringing herself into medal contention, but the gold medal is going to be decided between Alderson and Millard. It's the Southern champion versus the Northern champion, 1:41.53 at 600 metres, so just 200 metres remain, and Saskia Millard is beginning to open up ever so slightly, a good gap over Emma Alderson, who's made a very fine competition of this. But it looks as though Saskia Millard is going to be too strong for her inside the last 200 metres. Emma Alderson's beginning to fade ever so slightly. Sarah Jacobs rallying for the bronze medal. She can maybe come into silver, but Saskia Millard is going to take the gold. Interesting for second and third. Saskia Millard for the gold. Alderson and Jacob back in time, unconfirmed, 2:15.03. Sarah Jacob and Emma Alderson coming through for second and third. It looks as though it was Alderson who hung on for the silver medal from the fast finishing Jacob. Have Rory Dwyer attempting 2:09. Not the first time of asking, but he is an athlete who's jumped 2 meters and 12, so hopefully this will within his grasp. He has 2 further attempts at this height. So Rory Dwyer going again at 2:09. Not the second time, so we go to his third and final attempt for 2:09. So we have the under 17 men's 1500 metres, which will be a straight final. There's 7 competitors that will toe the start line. It's Mukhtar Farrar of Ealing and Southall and Middlesex, Archie Davies of Brighton and Phoenix, Oliver Pearce of Windsor, Slough and Hounslow, Markham Longsdale, the current UK #1 representing Crook and District Sports AC, Oliver Shard of Team Bath, Joshua Schofield of City of York AC, and Matthew Bradley of Windsor, Slough and Hounslow. So as pointed out, Lonsdale currently sits at the top of the... Lonsdale it is, who currently sits at the top of the UK rankings, but fastest on paper is the City of York athlete Joshua Schofield, so it'll be very interesting to see how this one pays out. So 7.5 laps of this indoor 200 metre track to decide under 17 men's national honours. And straight to the front at the moment is Matthew Bradley, the Windsor, Slough and Hounslow athlete, with 1000 written across his chest. So clearly a distinctive number, and he's the early race leader here for us today. You gain the impression the pace isn't too fast early on as they go through the opening 200 metres in around about 35-36 seconds. But certainly only at the moment the Team Bath of Oliver Shard currently in second position, but no real sign of big moves of the main compragonists, which is Davies and Longsdale. They're certainly currently sitting back at the moment, as it's still Bradley who leads, but all of the field very closely tucked together. No one wanting to make a move too early on as we come round to 400 metres, and it does appear as though we are getting slower. They go through 400 metres in around about 74-75 seconds, and Archie Davies, the Phoenix athlete, he now takes the pole position now. He's had enough of this slow early pace, so he feels a bit more momentum is required, and in doing so he's currently joined by Joshua Schofield, the fastest on paper, but also now it's all constantly changing. Oliver Shad is now moving up into second, so it's still it seems as though rather than making a firm effort for home, Archie Davies was just looking to give himself a bit of a better advantage and maybe attack position for any challenges that should come, as we again seem to be dawdling along here through 600 metres in 1:51. So a little game of cat and mouse, all athletes taking little turns to take a go at instigating the pace now. But is this the first big concerted effort? It seems as though Markin Longsdale, the UK #1, he makes a move to the front, and this immediately begins to separate the field now. We've got two distinct groups, so this is the first big move that's been made now as we're approaching up to 800 metres. So Markin Longsdale, the Crooken District Sports AC, a lifetime best of 4 minutes and 5 seconds, takes us through 800 metres in just 2 minutes and 26 seconds. But it's a big move which has stretched out the field now. And alongside him, he's bringing with him Joshua Schofield. As predicted, he's the current fastest on paper, and the Phoenix athlete Archie Davies. So the current three on paper occupy the current three positions, but it's Oliver Shadd of the Team Bath AC who's looking to upset the form guide, and still hanging on in there as Mukta Farrar of the Ealing, Southall and Middlesex club. As we're coming round, as we approach 1,000 metres, they go through in 3 minutes exactly. It's still Lonsdale who leads in a very distinctive yellow with orange and red vest, beginning to stride out, slowly turning the screw and beginning to tease off the opposition, but he can't shake off Schofield. Schofield sticking with him, and Davies is still not out of it. As we're going to come round now to 1,200 metres, and as I just begin to talk, Lonsdale makes a big move now, so inside the final 400 metres, 300 metres left now, and Joshua Schofield it is who's putting in a big kick for home, but he can't shake off Markin Longsdale. Longsdale sticking to his curtails. Archie Davies looks set for the bronze medal. We hit the bell, 200 metres to go. Schofield from Longsdale, but Longsdale's looking good. Schofield's not managed to shake him off. They're going to battle it out over this last 200 metres. Very slow pace early on, so they're full of running early on. It looks as though Schofield maybe's gone too soon as Longsdale comes past him full of running. Unfortunately, Schofield looks as though he's got no answer to that. The gold medal is going to go to Markin Longsdale, the Crooken District AC club. Joshua Schofield is in second place. Mighty impressive finishing speed from Longsdale. Takes the gold medal. Winning time unconfirmed, 4.1907 for Lonsdale. Joshua Schofield the silver, and Archie Davies of Phoenix AC comes through for the bronze. So you'll see from the very inset we are picking up the shot put competition. We have separate competitions for the under 15 girls and the under 20 ladies taking centre stage in the indoor arena. But in terms of the track action now, it's the semi-final stage for the under 17 men over the 400 metres. In semi-final 1, the lineup is as follows. In lane 1, it's Thomas Arnold of Cumbran Harriers. Lane 2 is Harrison Card of Milton Keynes AC. Lane 3 is Elliot Scott of Taunton AC. Lane 4 is Ryan James of Cardiff AC. Lane 5 is Owen Richardson of Basingstoke and Midhants, who earlier saw his championship record for the 300 metre distance, which he took last year, removed from the record books. And in lane 6 is Elliot Holland of the City of Norwich AC. It was Richardson who was the most impressive in qualifying, posting a 50.58. But on paper, the only athlete to go inside 50... Sorry, there's two athletes, to go inside 50 seconds. Those are the two Elliots, Elliot Scott and Elliot Holland. The qualification is the first two across the line will receive automatic qualification, and they will be joined by the two fastest losers to progress through to tomorrow's final, which will take place at 2:35 p.m. We've just had a message come through from Twitter. Unfortunately, I don't have a surname for Andy, but he was very impressed with Markham Longsdale in the under-17 men's 1500 metres, noting that it was a first year under-17 and he's English champion. He just wanted to pass on his congratulations. But in terms of the track attention now, it's the under-17 men's 400 metres semi-final 1. Arnold, Caird, Scott, James, Richardson and Holland. The first 170 metres are run in lanes, when the athletes will then break for the inside. Qualification through to tomorrow's final. The first two will receive automatic qualification in each two semi-finals, and they'll be joined by the two fastest losers. And they're away cleanly for the first time of asking, and Elliot Holland in those orange and yellow stripes. The City of Norwich AC athlete has gone out very strongly. He's bringing along with him Owen Richardson and Ryan James as well. But certainly Elliot Holland, City of Norwich, looks to be in pole position as we enter into the home straight for the first time. As they go through the cone markers to break, it's going to be Holland who leads from Richardson, from James and from Elliot Scott, who's got a lot of work to do there. Elliot Scott back and forth, and Richardson's now beginning to challenge Holland out in front. It's the first two athletes who'll seal automatic qualification, but at 300 metres it's still Holland, from Richardson, from James, from Scott. Just two automatic qualification positions up for grabs, and it looks as though Holland and Richardson are going to take those two in this first semi-final. Richardson attacks on the outside, but Holland's got enough to come through to take it. Winning time unconfirmed, 50.04. Richardson it is who takes the second automatic qualifying position, and Elliot Scott and Ryan James will have to wait to see. They're currently occupying the two fastest losers positions at the moment, with one more semi-final yet to come. Just in your view shot there are the medalists for the under 15 boys 800 metres. So we're just confirming the medalist there for the under 15 girls 800 metres. It was Sarah Jacob who took the bronze, Emma Alderson who took silver, and Saskia Millard is your 2014 under 15 girls 800 metre champion. So Lewis Maguire it was who took the bronze medal in the under 17 men's high jump competition. Keith Hards it was who came through for the silver, making the good trip from Ireland. And Rory Dwyer with a leap of 2 metres and 3 centimetres takes the gold. So the second semi-final for the under 17 men, we've just seen Owen Richardson and Elliot Holland successfully book progression through to the automatic qualifying positions following semi-final 1. The line-up in semi-final 2, in lane 1 we have Michael Oku-Aponfo of Newham and Essex Beagles. Lane 2 is Thomas Pitkin of Havebury and Maysbrook. Lane 3 is Finley Bigg of Phoenix AC. Lane 4 is Jaskaran Notter of Birchfield Harriers. Lane 5 is Ashley Sandell of Knee Valley Harriers. Lane 6 is Sam Day of Middlesbrough AC. Sandell it is who currently sits at the top of the UK rankings with 49.51, which is an outright lifetime best for him. He clocked 50.75 in the opening heat, so we'd expect him to be certainly one of those 2 automatic qualifiers. And that was Montel Nevers in the under 20 men's triple jump.
Triple jump with his penultimate jump. Second.
He's currently occupying silver medal position as Nevers, but now we'll focus back to the track. Semi-final 2, under 17 men's 400 metres. Oku-Amphu, Pitkin, Bigg, Notter, Sandell, Day.
As they get underway, another fine triple jump, 14.87.
And they're away early, and immediately I can see on the very inside Finley Bigg is making good inroads on the strides, but certainly Ashley Sandell, UK number 1 and arguably favourite for this gold medal, he's already up on side on Sam Day on his outside, so it looks as though he's going to be the one who takes pole position as we approach halfway split. They go through the 200 metre mark, the clock stops unconfirmed 23.68, so certainly a good pace being set by Sandell here. Day is maintained into second place, so that's currently your 2 automatic qualifying positions, and Finley Bigg is being detached now back into third, so it looks as though the 2 automatic qualifiers are away. It's going to be Ashley Sandell of Knee Valley and Sam Day of Middlesbrough AC. It's Sandell who's going to take the race victory, looking full of running, very good form all the way through to the line, stops the clock unconfirmed 49.76, and Sam Day of Middlesbrough AC comes through for that second automatic qualifying position. So it's currently the leader in the under-20 women's shot put contest, Adele Nicol, in the circle. No doubt looking to further extend the dominance over the opposition. Not sure from the body language, she looks happy with it. We'll have to wait and see for the measurement to see if it's any improvement on her current pole position. $13.60 there for Nicol in the second round. So just in this shot there, the presentation for the under 17 men's 1500 metres, which was won by Markham Longsdale. Just another message coming through on the social media, and that's from Abby Linton, who was today competing in the sprint event, and she said such a good experience today. So that's what we want to hear. Lots of athletes coming away with positive experience from this England Athletics Age Group Indoor Championships. But the next race due to take place on the track will be the under 17 ladies 300 metre final. The lineup is as follows. In lane 1 we have Eleanor Rawson of the City of Sheffield AC Club. Lane 2 is Ashton Greenwood of Spenborough and District AC. Lane 3 is Grace Davies Redmond of Team Bath AC. She was unfortunately disqualified in the semi-final stage of the 60 metres, but that maybe gives her a little bit more energy for this final of the 300 metres. On her outside in lane 4 is Eve Williams of Cambran Harriers. In lane 5, the UK #1 Ella Barrett of Chesterfield and District AC. And in lane 6, Aisling Bland of Gateshead Harriers. So Davies, Redmond and Barrett are the only two athletes to go inside 40 seconds. Both of those performances were achieved outdoors last year. But certainly Ella Barrett was very impressive, looking extremely comfortable, clocking 40.41 in her earlier heat. So just to remind people, the first 150 metres of this 300 metre race are run in lanes, and immediately I can see Ella Barrett out very aggressively. She's already taking down Aisling Bland on her outside, so clearly something to chase. And Grace Davies Redmond's looking quite a way back at the moment, so she's going to have a lot of work to do over this remaining 150 metres. Out in front though, it's Ella Barrett, and coming through into second place at the moment is Aisling Greenwood of the Spenborough AC Club. But it's all about Ella Barrett out in front. The Chesterfield and District athlete is screeching away from the rest of the competition here. Ella Barrett's going to come through to take victory. Eve Williams of Cambran comes through for second, and Aisling Bland it is who takes the bronze medal there. Looking at the clock, a sensational 39.26. A mighty fine indoor performance there from Ella Barrett to give herself the gold medal, and it was Eve Williams, the Welsh athlete, who came through for the silver medal, and Aisling Bland who maintained good composure. She was obviously passed early on by Barrett en route to that gold medal. She carried herself admirably to come through for the bronze medal for Gateshead Harriers. Sorry, that was Joel Leon Benitez there, who went clear at 4 metres and 70. He is the current UK lead and the Midland champion from Notts AC, coached by Alan Richardson, so looking to add national gold to his ever-growing reputation. So the next race on the track is another final, and that's going to be the under 17 ladies 800 metres. In lane 1 we have Leah Everson of Blackheath and Bromley. Lane 2 is Alexandra Barber of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Lane 3 is Naeem Emerson of Ammon Valley AC. Lane 4 Sophie Mansfield of Brighton Phoenix AC. Lane 5 Caris McCauley of Harrington AC. And in lane 6 Lauren Russell of Bedford and County.
The latest is now at the bar set at 482, so centimetre improvement on speed.
Sophie.
don't think we need to redraw it. I think it's probably just the next thing. No, I mean, okay, I'll get...
So just a slight delay there, but we now look set to get underway with this under 17 ladies 800 metres final. Everson, Barber, Emerson, Mansfield, Macaulay and Russell. Straight final. We saw a mightily impressive performance at last year's championships by Lauren Bleaken, who's now moved up into the under-20 age group. She set a championship record, sorry, this was 2 years ago, sorry, my apologies, of 2 minutes and 6 seconds, so very impressive there. But the 2014 competition is underway, and as we predicted there, Lauren Russell and Sophie Mansfield, the fastest two athletes on paper, they're to the fore of this field and leading them through the opening 200 metres. They go through in around about 32 seconds. It's Mansfield who has the inside, flanked by Russell on her shoulder, but the remainder of the field are closely bunched. At the moment, currently occupying the bronze medal position is Caris Macaulay of Warrington AC. And maybe at the back there, I'm just beginning to see Nia Amerson is making a big move from Amber Valley. She's bringing herself right up into contention on third place now. But the top two is unchanged. It's Lauren Russell from Sophie Mansfield. Brighton Phoenix versus Bedford and County as we go through halfway mark, 400 metres, which has now been passed in 69.37. And it's still awfully tight. All of the athletes at the moment certainly still in contention for a medal at least. But Sophie Mansfield it is who's been determined to lead from the off, and Lauren Russell has not wavered from her shoulder. It's beginning to heat up now. You can tell there's a slight increase up in pace now as we come in to what will be the final 200 metres. They'll hear the bell, so it'll cue to an all-out sprint, and looks as though Mansfield's now going to come under some form of pressure from Emerson. Liam Emerson is beginning to apply pressure, so there's a first change in the order at the front that we begin to see. Is Russell beginning to lose a grip on her medal? But it looks as though Sophie Mansfield in that white vest of Phoenix AC is beginning to stretch away. But as I say that, Lauren Russell, the Bedford and County, finds a gap on the inside. She moves through into the silver medal position. Has she got anything left to challenge Mansfield in the home straight? But Mansfield is looking full of running. She begins to power away, and a sensational run from Caris Macaulay for the Warrington AC to come through for the silver medal. And it was Liam Anderson of Amman Valley AC who comes through for the bronze. The winning time unconfirmed, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, .59. So Benitez going for a championship record here in the under-17 men's pole vault, 4 metres and 82. First attempt, oh, not quite, but he will have 2 further opportunities to improve on that height. So Benitez here in the pole vault, second attempt at what would be a new championship record of 4:82. Notts AC athlete, very strong on the runway, plants the pole, gets good trajectory, and he's clear. 4:82, a new championship record. So we quickly now divert our attention to the under 20 women's 800 metres, which will also be another straight final. Once we get underway, I'll run you through the lineup. Rachel Scott of Preston Harriers, Emily Jenkinson of Southampton AC, who was second here last year, Megan Bates, the Northern Champion of Eden Runners, Charlotte Caton Smith, the UK #1 of Cornwall AC, Eileen Rafter of Ireland, Holly Parker of Cambridge and Coleridge, Mari Hendry of Victoria Park and Glasgow, and Catherine Gillespie of Central AC. So the early leader at the moment is 2:42, which is Charlotte Caton Smith, the current UK #1. She takes them through 800 metres in around about 32 seconds, but she's been closely followed by last year's silver medalist in this championship, Emily Jenkinson, who went on to place second in the National Outdoor Championships as well. And currently in their slipstream at the moment is Rachel Scott, the Preston Harriers. That's the current top three. And Emily Jenkinson it is now, who moves into pole position. She is by far the fastest on paper, with a personal best of 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Jenkinson, the Southampton AC athlete, goes through 400 metres, and it's certainly very quick, 64.19, so a very good pace being set here, first by Caton Smith, and now Jenkinson taking over and keeping this pace moving. They're stretching the field completely out, in complete contrast to the under 17 ladies final, where it was all very closely bunched until the final 200 metres. But as we say, that is beginning to bunch quite slowly again now, as Clayton Smith's beginning to come back into contention. Also Jenkinson, Scott is in there, also Bates as well. As we come to 600 metres in the bell, and Charlotte Caton Smith begins to take the lead. I begin to fear that Emily Jenkinson's race has been run the degree with all the number of athletes that went past her. So Charlotte Caton Smith it is of Cornwall AC, who's out in front, and Mari Hendry it is, who's in second place at the moment. So it's Caton Smith from Hendry. Caton Smith, who was the UK #1, is powering down the home straight, and it looks as though she's going to come through, with Mari Hendry coming through for seconds. And Catherine Gillespie it was who came through for the third. The winning time, an unconfirmed 2 minutes 10 seconds .58, and your champion for 2014 is Charlotte Caton Smith. Joel Leon Benitez is now attempting what would be a new UK age best height of 4 metres and 92. Currently held by under 20 athlete Rowan May. He's getting good crowd support here. Rhythmic clapping is underway for the Notts AC athlete. Currently has the gold medal in the bag, but looking for a place in the record books even further with a new UK age record of 4 metres and 92. Very fast on the runway. Good bend in the pole, but not quite at the top ends. Coming down slightly a little bit early there, taking the pole down with him. And we'll now focus back onto the track because it's the next final, which will be the under 17 men's 1500 metres. I'll run you through the lineup. We have Ben Sutherland of Wickham and Phoenix, James West of Tonbridge, David Sheldon of City of Stoke, Robbie Fitzgibbon of Brighton and Phoenix, Andrew Smith of Pudsey and Bramley, Kyan Roberts of Carmarthen Harriers, Dominic Chambers of Derby AC, Dalton Maguire of Shaftesbury Barnet, Charles Pascoe of Newham and Marsh, Billy White of Brighton and Phoenix, and Matthew Wigglesworth of Warrington AC. So currently Ryan second on the UK rankings is Kieran Roberts, the Welsh athlete. Leading contender here on paper with a personal best of 3 minutes and 52 seconds. But it's the Newham and Marsh athlete, Charlie Pascoe, who goes straight to the front of this race. And unlike some of the 1500 metre finals that we've seen already, it looks as though at least a good pace is being set from the off. The Tonbridge athlete is also in contention. That's James West. He has a lifetime best of 3 minutes and 48, so he's the quickest athlete in the field. Also in third, Brighton and Phoenix athlete Robbie Fitzgibbon. English schools medalist last year over the distance, so he'll look to be contender, certainly. But as we say, at the moment, Charles Pascoe is doing a very good job of stringing out the field. He currently leads from West, from Fitzgibbon. As we approach the 400 metre point, we'll get a good clocking in the time. 63 seconds through 400 metres, so certainly not slow. Very good pace being set here by Pascoe. I say pace, he's obviously looking to run away from the opposition by setting out a strong and honest pace, which is probably playing to his strengths. Doesn't want to leave much to chance, and Robbie Fitzgibbon it is now, who's beginning to jostle for the pole position, but Pascoe holds his own there, just giving a slight shoulder shrug. And Kieran Roberts in the Welsh red vest, he's looking dangerous in fourth position. He's posted good times over the 800 metres and 1500 metres indoors already, so certainly look out for him in the closing finishing speed. But certainly we've got a group of at least around about 6 athletes out in front at contention for these medals here. Still also in there we see the Derby athlete, which is Dominic Chambers. James West still in there, the Tonbridge AC athlete, but now Robbie Fitzgibbon it is. As we approach 800 metres, he sensed the pace has slowed slightly, 2:07 through 800 metres. So it's the Brighton and Phoenix athlete, coached by John Bigg. He saw his training partner Charlie Grice take third in the National Senior Championships here in Sheffield. Fitzgibbon looking to take home a gold medal back to the Brighton and Phoenix, the Phoenix AC club, sorry. So it's Fitzgibbon who leads from West, and Kieran Roberts now moving up into the bronze medal position. So those were arguably the 3 main contenders on paper. They go through 1,000 metres in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So the pace has been very consistent, very honest throughout. Robbie Fitzgibbon has been doing a very good job of keeping this going. Certainly early work done by Charles Pascoe. But as we approach with 2 laps to go now, it looks as though the medal contenders are clearly away now. So it looks as though the title will be decided between Fitzgibbon, West and Roberts. And Roberts now beginning to make a move down the back straight as we're entering inside the final 400 metres. And with 300 metres to go, it's Fitzgibbon from Roberts from West. Fitzgibbon has been determined to take this out. When he took the lead, he's looked very strong. The Phoenix AC athlete, he's looking strong. He comes into the bell, he's beginning to stretch them. Fitzgibbon from Roberts from West, 3:24.49 at the bell. Fitzgibbon's working very hard, but he can't quite shake off Roberts. But has Roberts got enough to go past him down the back straight? He looks as though he has. The Welsh athlete goes into the lead. Fitzgibbon gives him a quick look. West's on his shoulder. Fitzgibbon needs to keep working if he wants at least a silver medal. But it looks as though the gold's going to Wales. The gold is going to go to Kyron Roberts. James West challenges Robbie Fitzgibbon. West comes through for silver. Oh, no doubt about the gold. Gold goes to Roberts. West the silver, and Fitzgibbon takes the bronze. Your winning time, unconfirmed, 3 minutes 53.72. So the camera is focusing back onto Leon Benitez, his third and final attempt at 492, which, as we pointed out, would be a UK age record for him. Notts AC athlete, again very aggressive into the bar. Oh, it looked as though potentially he just got it so close. New championship record for Benitez and a gold medal, a new lifetime best. Maybe the UK age record will have to wait for another time if he's got any further opportunities indoors, but a great way to capitulate a sensational close to almost of day one's proceedings. A new championship record goes to the Notts AC athlete. And it's Lawrence Davies of Enfield and Harringay. He's your national under-20 triple jump champion. Couple of mentions coming in through social media, one courtesy of Matthew Wood, and that's a massive congratulations to Ashley Bland, who took the bronze medal in the under-17 ladies 300 metres. Further messages of support, this from Jessica Scott, and she'd like to pass on her congratulations to Charlotte Caton Smith, who took the under-20 ladies national indoor 800 metre title. Sorry, I'll keep it going. Ella Barrett receives congratulations from Michelle Nicholas, saying, "Well done, my girl, so proud of you, looking strong," and that was following her emphatic victory in that under-17 ladies 300 metre final. So we know it's not currently unshot, but just to give you the background heading into the next track event, which is the under-20 men's 400 metre semi-final stage. There'll be 3 semi-finals, and the qualification through to tomorrow's final, which will take place at 1:10 is the first athlete across the line guarantees himself automatic qualification, and they'll be joined by the 3 fastest losers to tomorrow's final. So I'll just run you through the lineup for this opening semi-final. Don't worry, we will regain focus on this event when it gets underway. But in lane 1 is Josiah Filial of City of Sheffield AC. Lane 2 is Sam Warbridge of Guernsey Island AAC. Lane 3 is Elliot Wilson of Rotherham Harriers and AC. Lane 4 is Liam Hebblethwaite of the City of Stoke AC. Lane 5 is Aidan Davies of the Doncaster AC. He was arguably the most impressive qualifier for today's semi-final, clocking a huge lifetime best of 49.31. And in lane 6 is Joseph Reed of Manx Harriers, who currently sits second on the UK rankings with 49.05 this season. So we look set to get underway in this first semi-final. Just first place guarantees you automatic qualification through to tomorrow's final.
First for men's 400 semi-final. The names will start away.
So just a reminder for any viewers just tuning in, it's the under 20 men's 400 metre semi-finals. The first 170 metres are running lanes, and then they'll break for the inside for 2 laps of this indoor track. So the main potential protagonist on the very outside in lanes 5 and 6, the tall Aidan Davies in lane 5 of Doncaster AC, and Joseph Reed in the red vest at the colours of Manx Harriers. They're the top 2 on paper, and Joseph Reed it is who looks to take pole position at halfway. They go through. Unfortunately, we don't get a clock stopping to give us a halfway split, but it's Joseph Reed who took second place in his heat earlier on. He's looking to leave no doubt in qualification for this final. It is just the first place, but Aidan Davies is chasing hard behind him, but Joseph Reed with a personal best of 48.35 seconds is looking good. He's looking strong. He's going to come under pressure from Davies down the home straight, though. He's going to have to run all the way through to the line, and he does. Joseph Reed who takes it unconfirmed winning time of 49.03. Aidan Davies it was who came through for the second place, and I think it was Liam Hebblethwaite of the City of Stoke colours who came through for third. That would potentially improve Joseph Reed's season's best now down to 49.03, and potentially even further lifetime best for Aidan Davies. So in the shot, round 5, we have Adele Nichols. She's chasing a lead now, which is currently sits at 14 metres and 15. The Welsh athlete, good power and momentum through. She always puts her hands across her face when she finishes, so I'm never sure if that's good news or bad news. Daniel O'Para it is who currently leads in the shot put with 14 metres and 15, so we'll have to wait and see if Nichols done enough to change those proceedings. Currently occupying the silver medal. We'll just have a quick look. The scoreboard is now being adjusted, and it's not, unfortunately, in the 5th round, so one attempt for Adele Nichols to regain that gold medal position. And it is the current event leader, Daniela Parra, now in the shot circle. 14 metres and 15 centimetres is the current lead. Can she extend it in round 5? Oh, slightly readjust herself, so regains composure. Wasn't quite right. She is allowed to do that. So just pressing the reset button there here for Daniela Parra. Regaining the focus. Very powerful in the legs to glide across the circle, and she lets out that shot put. Very good height and distance, but unfortunately it was a red flag. Not quite sure there if there's maybe a foot fault, but that one won't be counted, so it still will remain the same. Apara leads from Nicol in the under 20 ladies shot put. And we're just joining the women's under 17 ladies 800 metres presentation. It was Sophie Mansfield at the Phoenix AC Athletics Club who took the gold medal. So it's semi-final 2 for the under 20 men. In lane 1 we have James Finney of Leeds City. In lane 2 is Alex Daly of Bristol and West. Lane 3 is Paul Murphy of Ferrybank AC. Lane 4 is Christopher McAllister of Sutton and District. Lane 5, current UK number 1, Elliot Rutter of Birchfield Harriers. And in lane 6, Ben Robbins of Edinburgh AC. So Rutter was very dominant in his opening heat, and with the stakes here being slightly increased by the fact that there's just one automatic qualification place at athletes' disposal, I would expect an equally dominant performance from him. The Birchfield Harrier, who's gone inside 48 seconds already in 2014 for the indoors, certainly boding very well for his outdoor ambitions, but chief and foremost to his mind at the moment will be this national indoor title, and he's already gone past Ben Robbins on his outside, but Paul Murphy, the Irish athlete, on his inside is coming through, but it is Elliot Rutter who's going to go through halfway in pole position, 23.36 at halfway, so it's Rutter who leads from Robbins, from Murphy. That's your current top 3, but Rutter is out in front. The Birchfield athlete in all in black, and the Birchfield colours beginning to stretch away from the opposition, but certainly Ben Robbins chasing fastest losers qualifications, working hard all the way through. Elliot Rutter maybe slightly easing off, having a good look over his shoulder. He's doing more than enough to qualify. He takes victory. The clock stops at an unconfirmed 49.32. Ben Robbins it was who came through for second, and Paul Murphy of the Irish athlete who was in third. Currently leads the under 15 girls shot put competition. So the presentation for the under 20 men's 1500 metres, Robbie Fitzgibbon it was who took the bronze medal, James West of Tonbridge who came through for silver medal position, and the champion
3:53.72 from Carmarthen Harriers,
from Carmarthen, Kieran Roberts. So it's a Welsh gold medal in the under 20 men's 1500 metres. So we've just received a message from Twitter from Marina Armstrong, who's currently watching from Palm Springs. So much as we're delighted to hear that you are enjoying our coverage from all across the globe, we are slightly jealous that you're currently sat in Palm Springs. Was Megan Oscuff just in the shot put circle, and she's going to be followed by Meg McHugh. So the penultimate track event to draw these 400 metre semi-finals to a close is semi-final 3 for the under 20 men. So it's just the under 20 ladies final that we have left to go on the track. So the lineup for this third semi-final: in lane 1 is Ryan Cooper of Cardiff AAC. Lane 2 is George Wilson of Gateshead Harriers. Lane 3 is Joel Bucket of Crawley AC. Jacob Ness was due to take up lane 4 from the City of Salisbury AC Club, but he is a non-starter. So in lane 5 it's Alex Cooper of Rotherham Harriers AC, and in lane 6 Jacob Paul of Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow. Dylan Smith it was who took the bronze medal in the under-17 men's pole vault.
From Southampton, Andrew Douglas.
Andrew Douglas of Southampton, who came through for the silver.
And the champion with 4 meters 82 for a new personal best, and Joel Leon Benitez.
And the gold medal goes to Joel Leon Benitez, new lifetime best, new championship record of 4 meters and 82.
So, ready on track.
Under 20 men's semi-final 3. Cooper, Wilson, Burkett, Cooper and Paul. Your fastest qualifier was last year's national outdoor 400 metre hurdles champion Jacob Paul. He's in the sky blue of Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow on your very outside in lane 6. And it's just first place that guarantees automatic qualification. And Jacob Paul has gone out very strongly, clearly in pursuit of that automatic qualification. But on his inside, coming through in lane 3, Joel Buckets from Crawley AC, he seems to have gone off very hard as well. So it looks as though Jacob from Bucket is going to lead at the halfway point. But it's Paul who leads, goes through halfway in 23.68. So it's currently going to plan for the 400 metre hurdles champion who took bronze medal at last year's European Junior Championships over the 400 metre hurdles distance. He's beginning to stretch away. It's Joel Bucket who's currently in second, and the Gateshead athlete George Wilson who's in third. But out in front, Jacob Paul, clear daylight to the rest of the opposition. So he looks as though he's going to successfully book his progression through to tomorrow's final. Looking over his shoulder, stops the clock at an unconfirmed 50.19, and it was a melee at the finish there, and it looks as though Alex Cooper maybe came through for second place, because please bear in mind, over the 3 semi-finals there are 3 fastest losers places up for grabs. So the closing stages of the under-20 ladies shot put, round 6, Adele Nicol, currently in silver medal position, so she needs a putt of over 14 metres and 15 centimetres if she wants to change that. Daniela Porter is currently in the gold medal position. She would have seen a Welsh athlete take gold in the under-20 men's 1500 metres. Adele Nicol lets the putt go. I'm still not sure if she's happy with that. I don't think it's going to make any further inroads into Rapora's lead, so it looks as though it will be silver for Adele Nicol. Previous under-17 champion. We're just waiting for confirmation on that 6th and final effort from Adele Nicol there. It isn't going to be enough to take gold, but it will be good enough for silver. 13 metres and 15 for Adele Nicol to close her competition. She had been winner as an under 15, as an under 17, but today's the day for Daniela Upara, the English school outdoor champion last year. She is now national indoor champion, and she'll close the competition with the 6th and final round. The only athlete to go in excess of 14 metres. A very dominant performance. What can she produce in round 6? Again, very powerful in the legs. That looks as though it maybe improves on that as well. That's a brilliant close to the competition for Danielle. We'll just wait to see what the official result is.
She's got a best of 14.27 set both indoors and out.
Her lifetime best is 14 metres and 27. We'll see what this is to close the competition. And it's 14.26, so 1 centimetre shy of a lifetime best, but that won't matter. It's national indoor gold for her. So the final event on the track to close day one here at the National Indoor Championships is the under 20 women's 400 metres. The lineup I'll take you through now. In lane 1 is Holly Turner of the Brighton and Hove City AC. In lane 2 is Nicole McKetchinin of Chelmsford AC. Lane 3 is Cherise Hilton of the under 17 300 metre title last year. Very dominant outdoors over the 300 metres. Can she secure her first national title over 400 metres? In lane 4 is Lavili Nilsson of Enfield and Haringey. Lane 5, the current UK leading, ranked number 1 and looked very good in qualification, is Shona Richards of Windsor, Slowington and Hounslow. And in lane 6, last year's 800 metre champion, Lauren Bleaken of Team Bath AC. She completes the lineup. It was a massive improvement on previous lifetime best from Nielsen of Enfield and Haringey. But I would expect Hilton, Richards and Bleaken to be in contention for the medals. And immediately Shona Richards is already up on Lauren Bleaken on her very outside. Bleaken, an 800 metre runner more renowned, so maybe not as quick off the gun, but certainly on a very inside. Cherise Hilton, that tall, composed figure with a gorgeous stride, making it look effortless as she progresses through. She's going to lead at halfway. It's Hilton, but Shona Richards actually challenging. Richards takes the inside, 26.06 at halfway. Maybe Hilton slightly showing a little bit too much respect there to Richards to power through to take pole position. But Shona Richards is working hard for this down the back straight. The Windsor, Slowington and Hounslow clearly wants this title. She's beginning to stretch away from the rest. Is it going to be gold for Windsor, Slowington and Hounslow? The 400 metre hurdler, she's looking good. Looks like she's holding off the challenge of Hilton. Hilton's coming again, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Richards, he says, is going to take gold all the way to the line for silver, and it looks as though Lauren Bleaken came through for the silver medal, and Cherise Hilton it was, Blackheath Bromley, who takes the bronze medal. Fantastic run in there. Shona Richards got to the front in halfway and really piled on the pressure over the second half of that race. She takes gold. Lauren Bleaken with an excellent finish to come through for silver medal, and Cherise Hilton it is for Blackheath Bromley, who take the bronze medal. So just confirming there, it's Charlotte Caton-Smith who took the under 20 ladies 800 metre title. So thanks very much for all those who are sticking with us. We still have one more event to go, which will be the under 17 ladies shot put. There was a slight delay in the proceedings which is impacted on the timetable. This event was due to start at 7 p.m, but at the moment the athletes are currently undertaking their warm-up, so it's probably going to be roughly around about another 15 minutes before we get underway. So for those keen, obviously big shot put fans, we will be dedicating sole coverage now to the last event of the competition, which is the under 17 ladies shot put. So we're just going through the medalists there in the under 20 ladies 400 metres. Charisse Hilton it was for the bronze, Lauren Bleakin silver, and Shona Richards takes gold for Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. It was Emma Dakin who took the bronze medal in the under-15 girls shot.
10:34, Molly McGee-Sharp.
Molly McGee-Sharp it was who took the silver.
Personal best there for Molly. And our champion from Southampton with a personal best of 10.81, Ellie Hodgson.
And Ellie Hodgson with a new lifetime best of 10.81 will be taking a gold medal back to Southampton. So just to make you aware of some other information for all those interested in all things England athletics, just to make you aware that any athletes that are registered within England athletics are able to access a number of different offers via their online portal. Simply you need to do that by logging into www.englandathletics.org/my profile, and through there you can see benefits which include from the partners sweatshop, and you'll be able to view what is able to access there. And also in terms of for those athletes looking to find out further details ahead of all the 2014 championships, which will obviously include the national outdoor championships for the under 15 and under 17 events, the under 20 and the under 23 age categories, as well as combined events, and obviously the Commonwealth Games as well, you'll be able to find further information there by visiting www.englandathletics.org/championships. So it's Tony Buckingham who will open up this under 17 ladies shot put final. Currently sits third on the UK rankings for 2014 does Tony. has a lifetime best of 11 metres and 97 and a season's best of 11.59. So there we have it, the first putt of this under-17 National Championship final. So 10 metres and 59 is the opening performance there for Tony Buckingham of Barnsley Athletics Club. And so 59 that was. Coming thick and fast, that was Louisa Chandler-Edmond of Radley AC. She was last year's under-15 champion and she's just taken her first round throw. .10 metres and 69 for her, so she now takes the lead. Alice Hopkins there, fellow Radley AC athlete as well, she takes her first round throw. .9 metres and 15 there for Alice Hopkins. Next up is Candy Lockett of Worcester AC. And next to go in the circle is current UK number one, which is Sophie Merritt of the Southampton AC Club. Currently tops the UK rankings with 12.23. Lets out a huge yelp. Gets a round of applause from some members of the spectating crowd as well. So Merritt, an encouraging start there for Merritt. She was second in this championship last year, so undoubtedly probably looking to go one better. And it's a very good opening round for her, over 12 metres with 12.31, which is a season's best. Next up is Michaela Obijaku of Herne Hill Harriers, currently sits 8th on the UK rankings. A little raggy there in the technique from Michaela, not able to quite control the power and momentum she's looking to put into that putt. A little bit frustrated with herself as she wanders back. But clearly the benchmark has been set by Merritt. If any athlete wants to strike gold, they're going to have to go over 12 metres. And for Obijaku, that opening round is 10.69, so if she can sort out a little bit more composure and control with that putt, she can certainly look to challenge over 11 metres. Annabelle Pask of Coventry just taking her first round attempt. And that looks to be adjudged a foul. So Michaela Walsh of Ireland now will take her opening round. Very admirable. A lot of these athletes decked out in the patriotic green. Very smooth technique, a lot of height on the putt there. Maybe sacrificing a little bit of distance. Multiple throughout the Irish age groups coming over to test the UK to see what they have to offer in terms of competition. And she is the second athlete to go over 12 metres now, so she'll move into the silver medal with 12.03. Finola McLennan of the Rugby and Northampton AC is the next to throw. Again, an athlete with good height on the putt. And 9 metres and 88 there for Canola. Next up is Katie Whitley, the Wrexham AC athlete. Has a personal best of 11 metres and 22. She didn't look that impressed with her opening round effort there. Rather looked at it in a bit of disgust as she trudges off back to collect a top to keep herself warm. Currently sits 6th on the UK rankings. And 9 metres and 63, that gives you some indication as to why she was very disappointed with that opening round effort for herself there. Emily Ball it is who's in the circle and lets out a huge roar of that. She currently lies number 7 on the UK rankings, has a personal best of 11 metres and 8 centimetres. The judges just looking to see if that was potentially a foul, and unfortunately it looks to be deemed so. Oh no, sorry, I do apologise.
Well, that's the third place now.
11 metres and 5, so Emily Ball very just close to a lifetime best, and that moves her into the bronze medal position. That was Lauren Richards of 7AC taking her opening round. Richards, who has a lifetime best of 11.28, so she's certainly looking to challenge for a medal here today. And she does, and she goes straight into the bronze medal there with her opening round with 11 metres and 30. Gemma Kinsley of Wigan and District AC. And 9.53 there for Gemma. And that was the opening round there for Davine Aladipo. Currently sits 2nd on the UK rankings with 11 metres and 72. And she now gets into the bronze medal. So the Cambridge Harrier athlete moves into bronze medal. And then Megan Nagy closes the first round of this women's shot put.
Third place at 11.35.
With 9 metres and 26. So the second round now will be kick-started by Tony Buckingham, Barnsley AC.
Tony Buckingham in the circle. 11.59 her best this year.
It's always interesting to know each athlete's separate preparation routine whilst they're in the circle. Very distinctive from Tony Buckingham. Very smooth across the circle. Good degree of power let out through that putt. But she doesn't look that happy with it. I think it's obviously very difficult at times to read into athletes' body language. Are they happy? Are they sad? Unless it's the extremes of bitter disappointment or jumping with glee, it's always hard to correlate, but we can have an indication from the scoreboard. 10 metres and 63 there for Tony in her second round, and I do feel as though that's a slight improvement for her. Unfortunately, I don't have live access to the results, so it's difficult to recall all of the athletes' performances. But just talking over there is 244, which is Lucia Chandler-Edmond, one of two Radley AC athletes in this under-17 ladies shot put final. And that's 11 metres, so that's a big improvement there for Lucia Chandler-Edmond. A new lifetime best, the first time she's gone 11 metres and further, hopefully still more to come in this competition. And she's now followed up by Hopkins. So both athletes clearly have the same coach in Peter O'Keefe, and they're looking over for feedback following each one of their throws. Is it an improvement for Alice Hopkins? I don't think it is. I think she did throw in excess of 9 metres in the first round, so 891. Next up we have Candy Lockett, sorry. Again, very interesting technique. Slight switch of the legs in that stance as she trajects across the runway. Gliding across, the circle. And 8 metres and 62 there for Candy. I don't think that's going to be improvement for her. So upsets now the current gold medal position, Sophie Merritt. Again, with that distinctive roar with each putt that she lets out, clearly shows a lot of strength and power going into each attempt. Not to be confused that those who don't make a cry are not trying just as hard. But certainly something that Merritt employs, the Southampton AC athlete, looking to further extend her lead. So she's seen a good challenge being lodged by the Irish athlete, but she's maintaining good consistency over 12 metres again, so 12 metres and 1. And next up we have Michaela Obijaku. I commented earlier on how maybe technique just fell apart at the latter stages of the putt. It's certainly very raw and ragged and very emotional. She's not happy with that. Stamps her foot down on the edge of the circle, so to immediately will not be marked by the officials. Next in is Annabelle Pask of Coventry and Godiva. And that is unfortunately a no throw as well. So no mark there for Annabelle in round 2.
Michaela Walsh next to go, flying second with her opening putt of 12.03.
Walsh from Ireland, currently in silver medal with 12.03. Should be targeting that lead set by Sophie Merritt. Let's see if she can improve and edge closer and maybe surpass that. Very smooth and composed on the technique. It's a very swift arm action to let that shot put out. Just double checking with the officials that there was no foul given there. It certainly looked to probably be consistent, maybe in and around the 12 metre mark again. And it certainly is. Sorry, I do apologise. Massive short givings there. He does catapult Michaela Walsh into the lead with 12 metres and 64. Now we have Keona McKellen. Keona McLennan taking her second round. And 10 metres and 9 there for Keona. Now it's Katie Whitley, Wrexham AAC. Is an athlete capable of in excess of 11 metres, sorry. We'll have to do that if she's looking to challenge for at least a bronze medal. And again, lots of upward trajectory with the shot put, good height, but not quite translating it to distance that she looks as though she's capable of, giving a lot away with height there. And that seems to have judged a foul. Emily Ball now, the Midland champion, who was in bronze medal for a short time. She's looking, she knows she needs to replicate excess of 11 metres to recapture at least that bronze medal position. She's doing a little dance to herself, so I'm saying that looks like it's an improvement there for Emily. And it is 11 metres and 45. A new lifetime best, a huge improvement, adding close to 25, almost 30 centimetres on a previous lifetime best, and that moves her up into third. Lauren Richards, and unfortunately that sound, if you would have potentially heard it, was it bouncing off the outer boundaries, so unfortunately that'll be judged as a foul. So no mark there for Lauren Richards in round 2. You're just checking something, you're not just doing it. So Davine Oladapo up into the circle next. The Cambridge athlete was she's moved down to 4th following the performance of Emily 11.72 and 11.40, so it is an improvement, but she will remain in 4th, the Cambridge athlete. Megan Nagy brings round 3 to a conclusion, so round 2 to a conclusion.
So we have 2 rounds concluded in the hammer, in the shot.
8.93 there for Nagy.
Leading at 12.64, Sophie Merritt 12.31, Emily Ball 11.45, Divine Oladipo 11.40. Turning back to Bucky in the circle to kick off round 3.
So round 3, women's shot put under 17 final will be kick-started again by Tony Buckingham. Very fast across the circle there from Tony. Head in her hands, so maybe not an improvement on round 2. But to be honest, I think she does. That seems to be the permanent reaction from Tony there, so she's not giving much away either. She does have a lifetime best of 11.97, so certainly an athlete who would have headed into this championships thinking that a medal was in the offing for her. but yet she's not quite able to produce the required form to get her to challenge for those positions. 10 metres and 40 centimetres there for Tony. So Louisa Chandler-Edmond, who we saw to improve to 11 metres in round 2, having a great competition thus far for her, so a big improvement on a lifetime best. Has she made any further improvements in round 3? No, it's not going to be quite, but good consistency though. 10.85 there for Chandler-Edmond. And now it's a teammate and training partner, Alice Hopkins. A big one for momentum, clearly, Alice. A lot of bounce in the preparation phase there before she releases the shot put. And 8 metres and 90 for Alice Hopkins there. And next up in the 3rd round is Candy Lockett of Worcester AC. Midland-based club, coached by Mark Andrew Hill. Again, very neat footwork across the circle, but she doesn't look that happy with it. Immediately, quickly exits the circle and runs and heads straight over, so some form of feedback through whoever it is in the crowd. It is in 60. She's looking to challenge for the title now. Again, a huge roar, and that potentially does look as though it's a very good putt there. Could improve and challenge, see her back in gold medal contention. It would have to be require a new lifetime best from Sophie if she's looking to take gold now, based upon the marks which have been posted by Michaela Walsh. 12.56 is her current lifetime best. And that has now changed. She's added 3 centimetres to that 12.59. A big improvement on today's performance. She's currently 5 centimetres down now on Walsh's lead. Next up is Michaela Obajeku. And as I commented again, so if I do keep pointing this out, very raw in terms of the technique from Obajeku. But clearly a very powerful athlete, especially given the height that she does get on these shot puts. If she can maybe translate that into a bit more smoother technique, I'm sure the distance would come. It's 10 metres and 24 for Michaela there. Annabelle Paskin round. Unfortunately, Annabelle falls out of the front of the circle, so that mark will not be measured. Too much momentum, unfortunately, unable to control it and taking her out the front of the circle. Next up is the current leader, Michaela Walsh of Ireland, coached by Margaret Walsh. Currently leads with 12 metres and 64. Again, as I pointed out, very rapid little kick across the circle, which gives her a huge amount of power. I don't think that's going to be an improvement on a lead, but certainly going to be consistent in excess of 12 metres, I do feel. And it is another one over 12 metres there for Michaela, but it won't be an improvement on a lead, but she still currently occupies that gold medal position. Keona McLennan there, her 3rd round putt. Just awaiting the feedback from the officials. $10 and 42 for Kiona, so I think she's happy with that one. Katie Whitley of Wrexham now, coached by John Parkin. I think I pointed this out previously. She is an athlete who has gone in excess of 11 metres before, so she could look to upset the medal. Could be in for that bronze medal contention if she can look to replicate that form. Huge amounts of height on the putt, but probably not as much distance as she would like. Certainly not enough yet to challenge for those medal positions. So maybe something not quite right there on the release point that she's choosing. Obviously a few athletes, it does take them a couple of throws just to get warmed up, just to iron out a few of those tweaks. And maybe that's the case here for Katie Whitley. 9 and 42. And now is the current bronze medalist, Emily Ball. Already set a huge lifetime best, and that was rewarded with a nice little dance. Will we see any more dancing from her? Doesn't quite look so based upon her initial reaction to that third round throw. But Emily Ball from the West Cheshire AC, coached by David McKay, seems a little bit frustrated with that one. Already seen what she's capable of. Oh, I try and read these shot puts, but yet again I'm surprised. She further improves to consolidate that bronze medal to 11.61. Emily Ball is having a fantastic competition. Lauren Richards of 7AC now. So 10 and 87 there for Richards in round 3. Gemma Kinsley of Wigan and District just takes her third round attempt. Just discussing that with one of her fellow competitors as well. So into the circle is Davine Alibropo. She's just seen Emily Ball further extend and cement that bronze medal with her third round attempt, so she does need to react. She does have a lifetime best of 11.72, so certainly that bronze medal is within her grasp, and if she can go over 12 metres, that's when she can look to potentially challenge for the gold, but that may be a task a bit too far at this stage. Very smooth on the technique, good height, and maybe the distance to come with as well. Certainly a very encouraging performance there from Holly Dapio. And he does leapfrog her over Ball, and it appears it's a new lifetime best there, which moves her into 11.78, so we're adding 6 centimetres, and that now moves her up into third. And Megan Nagy it is of the City of Sheffield Club. She brings round 3 to a conclusion.
So in the shot, Divine Oladipo regained third place there with that 11.78 foot PB as well.
And 9 metres and 62 there for Nagy in the third round. Currently slight delay in proceedings. We've reached the halfway stage in this under-17 ladies shot put competition, but this is where the cut-off point for where only the top 8 competitors will proceed to take a further 3 puts, and that will be then completed in ascending order from the 8th ranked athlete right up to the 1st placed athlete. So that's the order of competition which they'll run through. So it is Tony Buckingham who'll kickstart the second half of this competition. So she's currently lying in 8th position. Slightly snatched at it at the release point there. Next up is last year's under-15 shot put champion, Lucia Chandler-Edmond at the Radley AC Club. New lifetime best of 11 metres already in this competition. Very fast and powerful athlete across the circle, but she's slightly hobbled out of it. I hope she's not injured anything there. Looks to be okay though. Not giving anything away in terms of feedback at the moment. Looking over to those in the supporting areas for a nod of an acknowledgement of some recognition in regard to that performance.
So Sophie Merritt then, with that PB of 12.59 in the previous
And
round.
10 metres and 55 there for Chandler-Edmond. Next up is Sophie Merritt, currently in silver medal position. It is going to have to take a new lifetime best if she's going to improve to gold. She has done that once already, taking that previous best up to 11 metres and 59 centimetres. But currently the gold medal target is 12 metres and 64, and 12.59 is what Merritt threw in round 3. It's 11 metres and 44. It's the first time she's not gone beyond 12 metres in this competition. Michaela Obajeku takes her 4th round attempt. And I think that's the first time for Michaela over 11 metres in this competition.
16 there for Obajeku.
So a big season's best for her. Previous season's best had been 10 metres and 77. Does have a lifetime best of 11.57 though. And Michaela Walsh with another very good putt there. She's been ultra consistent here as the Irish athlete. Just waiting to see the official reading on it. She'd love to apply more and more pressure on the opposition by further extending a lead. He doesn't improve, but it's great consistency. 12 metres and 57. Emily Ball now, the current bronze medalist. Very fast across the runway. She had been improving in every round. She currently sits with 11 metres and 61. Best of 11 metres and 8 centimetres. She's certainly been in superb form. And that was Lauren Richards there, who had a very good effort, it seems. The 7AC athlete has a lifetime best of 11 metres and 28. So certainly someone on a day who, if can add a bit more, bring a little bit more to the competition, could look to challenge potentially for that bronze medal. We'll look to see what she's done here. It did look good, and it is a big improvement for her there. A new lifetime best of 11:45 for Lauren Richards. And Divine Oladipo will bring to a close round 4. Currently in 4th place. So it's over 11 metres again for Oladipo, but no improvement on her 4th place position. So the start of round 5, Tony Buckingham. As pointed out previously, she is an athlete who on a day is capable of a challenge for at least a bronze medal here. She hasn't quite been able to discover that form today, but still has a further 2 attempts left, this being her 5th. And I think it's fair to say, I think every attempt that she's had today has resulted in the head in the hands reaction. So it's just, for whatever reason, just not working today for Tony Buckingham. Very frustrating. A lot of hard hours of training and preparation have undoubtedly gone into this championship, but she isn't able to quite reproduce the form that we know she's capable of here today. And that performance, 6 metres and 67. So next up is Chandler Edmond. Chandler Edmond, always very quick to exit the circle. She seems very keen always to get straight out of that circle. Not sure if it's fear of any fouls or just the particular routine that she has. But she's also an athlete who set new lifetime best figures here today in Sheffield. And this is the 2nd time now that she's gone over 11 metres, adding 4 centimetres to her previous lifetime best. So good improvement from her. Sophie Merritt now, the silver medalist in round 5. What has she got? I don't think that's quite going to be good enough to dislodge Walsh from her current gold medal position. So it was Merritt who led for the opening round, the first athlete to go over 12 metres, but she was then challenged by Michaela Walsh, and Michaela Walsh further extended a lead. And at the moment, Merritt can't quite muster enough to react to challenge for that gold medal again. 11 metres and 47. Next up is Michaela Obijeku. Obijeku, very emotive body language every time she steps out of that circle. Clearly a very expressive person. She's looking for a feedback. I think she might be happy with that one. We'll have to wait and see. We saw her go over 11 metres in round 4. She's done it again, but what is it? It's 11 metres and 74, so that takes her into the bronze medal, and she runs off onto the back straight, does a little dance for herself. She's very happy with that one. Talking to a parent, coach or guardian on the back straight, just reaffirming that, but currently in the shot put circle is the gold medalist at the moment, Michaela Walsh. One of many Irish athletes who've come over to Sheffield for this competition, and at the moment things are going to perfectly to plan, as she currently occupies the gold medal position. It's over 12 metres again. It's not an improvement, but it's excellent consistency. 12.47, clearly letting the opposition know that she's more than capable of throwing in and around the required distances to medal. What's Emily Ball got to say now? She's currently been dislodged, that down into 4th. Probably the most passionate we've seen her, and she's certainly very vocal all the way throughout, but maybe knowing that she needs a little bit more now, knowing that she's dropped down into 4th position, just looking for every extra inch to try and muster out ever so slightly any little centimetre that can give her a further advantage. It is over 11 metres again, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough to move her back into bronze. It's 11.31. Again, another performance which pre-competition would have been a new lifetime best. Laura Richards, who showed great improvements in round 4. What has she got in round 5? She doesn't seem happy with that, so walks straight out of the front of the circle, so that one will not be measured. And next up is Divine Olidapio, who is now down in 5th. She'd headed into this competition ranked 2nd on the UK rankings.
To complete the 5th round.
And she will complete round 5 today. So after this throw by Divine, there'll only be one put left for each athlete to make any improvement or changes to the current positioning. Very powerful legs, but unfortunately a little bit too much momentum there for Divine, and she goes out the front of the circle, so that will not be a measured mark. So each athlete now has 1 attempt left.
So to start the final round, we'll have Tony Buckingham, who's lying in 8th place.
So starting the final round, it'll be Tony Buckingham, who's currently sitting in 8th position. I really hope she can get in excess of 11 metres. Don't think it's going to quite be good enough. It's clearly been a very frustrating day at the office here for Tony Buckingham. Barnsley Athletic Club, coached duly by Graham Stark and Craig Casterly. That draws her 2014 competition to conclusion. .10 metres and 60. And Louisa Chantilly-Edmond will draw her competition to a close now. 6th and final attempt. We've seen 2 personal bests from her already. Last year's under-15 champion, so no doubt gaining invaluable experience as a first-year under-17, and probably will someone who'll look to come back next year and challenge for honours. Would undoubtedly be in a good learning curve for her here today, competing against the older girls. And it's no improvement. 11.04 has her final result. So Sophie Merritt, she's going to have to pull out a throw of in excess of 12.64 if it's not going to be silver 2 years on the trot. Not that there's anything to shirk out of that performance, but having come in so close to gold last year, she probably would have targeted gold this year. But it doesn't look as though she's done enough. Looks at best it would be silver medal. It could still obviously change, but there's nothing more that Sophie Merritt can do now. She's had all 6 attempts, and the officials are just checking to see if that is a legal put. And unfortunately that has been judged as a foul for Sophie Merritt there.
So Merritt remains in 2nd place.
So here's the current bronze medalist, Michaela Obajeku. Oh! She was trying to pull out, but at the last minute there was too much momentum in there, which meant she went out of the front of the circle, so there's no improvement. She'll have to sit and wait to see if she's done enough to secure the bronze medal. So Michaela Walsh, she knows the she knows gold is in the bag. Can she go out with a bang and further improve her dominance? Again, very smooth technically across the circle, great power, really impressive technique. I'm pretty sure every throw has been excess of 12 metres. So very consistent. It is over 12 metres again. 12.37 to end the competition there for Walsh. So Emily Ball currently down in 5th position now. She needs another big throw to bring her back into medal contention. A very snatchy reaction just releasing the shot, but I fear maybe she's tensed up a little bit. Now she's come under pressure. It was a great competitions from rounds 1 to 4, which moved her up into the bronze medal, but now since that's been dislodged, it's maybe added a little bit too much pressure for her there. And certainly snatching slightly at the release point. But nevertheless, it's been a mightily impressive day for Emily Ball. Huge improvements on a lifetime best, but she closes with 10 metres and 98. And that's the 6th attempt for Laura Richardson. Unfortunately, that's adjudged as a foul. She's also an athlete who set a big personal best here today. So the last throw of the competition goes to Divine Oladipo. Can she make any further changes to the current leaderboard? Don't think it's going to be enough to make any difference on those in front of it, and that draws the competition to a close.
Oladipo concludes the competition. We've just got the presentation to come. No doubt we'll go pretty much straight into that in a moment or two.
We'll just wait for confirmation of that final throw.
So no improvement for Oladipo officially, so confirmation, 11.78 in 3rd.
So 10 metres and 46. So Oladipo it is who takes the bronze medal, Merritt the silver, and Walsh is your 2014 National Indoor Champion. And that draws to conclusion the live streaming from England Athletics for day 1 of these age group indoor championships provided by Athleticos. I hope you've enjoyed what we've put on today. Please feel free to add comments, particularly over social networking service of Twitter, to let us know your feedback, and also athletes, parents, guardians, coaches, how you've got on and how much you've enjoyed the coverage. Please get in touch, and we'll be back first thing tomorrow morning for another day's filled of athletics.